Mic drop, fans and listeners. I want to take a quick second to tell you about a re-release of an episode. The original episode is 36 with Emily Joy Hills, an Apache pilot. Lots of combat sorties, an incredible story of resilience and determination and patriotism that is truly inspiring, and one that we had to take down for a period of time at her request. Now she's authorized to have it back, so we are re-releasing it for everybody to see. It's been several years since we recorded it. And again, I can't express enough my enthusiasm and excitement for being able to do so. She's an incredible woman, has a great story, and one that needs to be heard. So we are very, very excited to be able to bring this re-release episode, midweek drop, bonus episode, and just really hope that you guys check it out and listen to her story, reach out to her, give her support, and really get to know who she is and follow her incredible career, because it's one of the best shows that we've done and resonated really, really well with listeners when it first aired. So glad to have it back. Thanks, Emily Joy Hills, to allowing us to re-release it and put it back live. And I hope you guys really enjoy it. And as always, thank you for the support. Really, really appreciate everybody tuning in week after week to allow us to be able to do this and bring these amazing stories to you. So thank you, and we'll see you guys in there.
Welcome to Mic Drop, the podcast where relevancy is irrelevant and we don't give a shit about your feelings.
Ladies and gentlemen, as always, it's both an honor and a pleasure to welcome my next guest to the podcast. She served 17 years on active duty, 10 of which were as an Apache pilot. She has 5 total deployments, 2 of which were humanitarian deployments to Bosnia, 1 enlisted Iraq deployment, and 1 Iraq and 1 Afghanistan combat deployment as an Apache pilot. She's currently transitioning to start work at Redstone as a military sales, or as we like to call it, a fucking gunslinger. And most importantly, she keeps the Game of Thrones dragon bitch up at night because she flies a real-life fire-breathing dragon. Welcome to the stage, Emily Joy Hills, a.k.a. gunbunnyactual.
Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate that.
Well, it's my pleasure. I can't thank you enough for taking the time to come here and travel. And I know that we're all busy, and the fact that you would make your way here and carve out that kind of time is not something that I take for granted or take lightly. So thanks for coming. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's an honor. And I got to say, for all of you guys out there listening, I don't doubt that there's an element of similarity in that, growing up as a kid in the 80s, helicopters were about the coolest fucking thing ever. And I think, most kids growing up, especially in that period, have a million questions that they'd always want to ask especially an Apache pilot, but a helo pilot, generally speaking. So I'm really excited to have you here and ask you all the shit that I wanted to know growing up watching Airwolf and Blue Thunder and shit. So I appreciate it. As you're aware, we like to break the ice a little bit and ask some ridiculous questions. Nothing too outside the realm. But my first question is, what's your favorite 90s rap song?
Sorry, I already need to take a tissue break. My nose is running like crazy. I'm an asshole.
Well, you're in good company.
Okay. Edit that part out. Thank you.
No problem.
My favorite 90s rap song is Blowjob Betty by the one and only illustrious Too Short, who is my favorite rapper of all time.
Is that right?
And I actually own like all 10 of his albums.
Well, I'd love to say I'm surprised, but if there's one thing I've learned about military folks across the board, I don't care what the discipline is that you never fucking know. And that is awesome. Blowjob Betty.
Blowjob Betty.
Any particular reason?
I bust a nut and straight killed the bitch. Who couldn't love that?
Yeah, and make it sound eloquent.
And make it sound eloquent.
Yeah. That's awesome. In terms of, let's say you have a total free day to yourself, no responsibilities whatsoever, what do you like to do?
Especially now since I hurt my back and I can't run like I used to, I'm just will walk. I went to the coast this weekend, and it's not unusual for me to put in 4 or 5 miles early in the morning and not necessarily setting any land speed records, but just to walk.
So if we're crafting your Tinder profile, its favorite song is Blowjob Betty and likes to take long walks.
Yes.
That's a fair assertion.
Yes, that's a fair assertion.
All right.
And that may have actually been one of my Tinder profiles at one point in time.
Rock and roll.
Yes.
In keeping in tradition with that, in terms of the most gluttonous cheat meal that you can craft, what does that look like for you?
Just like an abomination of a grilled cheese sandwich.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, what kind of cheese?
All of them.
all the
Gouda
cheeses?
and provolone and sharp cheddar. And that's what I'm saying. Just, like the biggest, messiest, grotesque grilled cheese sandwich.
Just by itself, nothing else?
Well, and tomato soup.
That's a Midwest.
without
It sounds like a Midwest thing. I know most of the time when I bring that up, people look at me like I'm fucking crazy. But just the Campbell's out of a can.
Just
right?
Campbell's out of a can.
Dip
But you got to
in it?
make it with milk or heavy cream, even if I'm feeling super, super gluttonous.
Oh, that's fucking great. We'll have to try that. What is the thing or the element, I guess, that you miss the most about the military? And then on the transverse, what do you miss the least about it?
I miss the inherent purpose. It's not something I had to think much about. You just went to work every day and there was a purpose behind what you did, especially in aviation, because it's not like the infantry where you paint rocks during the week when you're in garrison. We're actually, flying and maintaining helicopters. And I miss that familial relationship. I wouldn't go so far as to call myself a mentor, but, having all those young kids in the hangar who are, and getting to know them and be a part of their life. Yeah. And the thing I miss the least is everything else. Just everything else. Yeah. I tell people sometimes, the Army will work as hard as it can to make flying not fun. Yeah. You got to do 50,000 risk assessments and brief this and brief that, for maybe 15, 20 minutes of flight time. And just I was never very good at the political game. And in my last position, I was the aviation maintenance officer. So I was on the battalion commander's special staff. Yeah. And I don't do those type of meetings very well. Yeah. But I also realized that I got away with murder because I'm a girl, you know, and I could say, fuck you, and bat my eyelashes. And
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that. We'll get into some of the kind of the contrast between male and female roles in the military and things like that. So I'm glad that you brought that up. We'll get into that here in a little bit. But was there, from your experience of the other elements that you ever worked with in the military, was there more politics involved on the helo side, or would you say it was about like everything else?
I think it was more so, I think, because of the exposure, whether or not an aircraft is broke down or not, I mean, that goes like straight to the Pentagon. I mean, that's like a direct report. And, obviously the readiness of an Apache fleet is critical to, everything. Yeah. So there was, because with increased visibility comes increased political mess, I think.
Suppose, crashes or incidents, whatever, they're highlighted quite a bit more than every other aspect. So, I guess that makes sense. What was the last book you read?
I read a collection of Hunter S. Thompson's articles. I checked it out from the library. I'm a big book chick, and that was really interesting. This lady had curated every magazine interview he'd ever done, and so it was a cool kind of collection of his writings. It was good.
I'm assuming you're a fan of his.
I am, and just his. That whole gonzo journalism and that style of just being, telling the truth even when it's uncomfortable. I think he really pioneered that, at least on a public scale. Yeah. So.
Well, there's an element of that this entire platform is certainly modeled after. So I know I don't hold back or filter anything. I mean, every guest I've had on here, I'm proud of the fact, I guess, that we kind of have a dialogue that's set up similar to that. So it's you're in good hands, I guess I would say. The handle Gun Bunny Actual, was that your actual call sign or handle, or where does that come from?
No, we don't get Hollywood call signs in the Army. It's not like in the Air
like
Force.
Top Gun.
No, it is not. It's not like that. When you check in or when you're in an aircraft, you're actually that mission set for the day. So Brimstone 17 or not like Gun Bunny Actual. So when I first got on Instagram back in 2015, there was the big gun bunny controversies, and all the chicks with machine guns that had been had never done shit, and they were like a Hooters waitress the day before. They gave a dude a blowjob for a fucking 3-gun course, and suddenly they're firearms instructors. And so I kind of started making reference I'm a gun bunny, and I started with the hashtag my everyday carry is a 30mm chain cannon and all this stuff.
God, that's
and
awesome.
So, and of course, actual being actual, and a lot of people I get asked probably that question more often than anything, what does the actual mean? And so I always have to take time to explain to people that weren't in the military, especially for us in aviation, when I'm checking in with that vehicle on the ground, I'm talking to the gunner, potentially. I'm not talking to Blue Force 26. I'm talking to Blue Force 26 Golf. And so when you want to talk to the commander, you ask for
that unit
6 actual. And so, and even for us as aviators, because sometimes I would fly with the battalion commander, people calling on the radio and want to talk to me, they want to talk to the boss. So that's what the actual is. So I am the OG gun bunny.
God, that's fucking great. I love it. That the way that you wax poetic on all the others that just get out there and flash their tits or show their asses is pretty fucking awesome. I love it.
Nothing wrong with it. If I had better tits and ass, I might do the same fucking thing. Unfortunately, I got to get by on my wit.
There's no shortage there. I love it. I noticed in looking at or trolling your Instagram feed, you do have a number of tattoos. What is there a theme to them? Are there some that mean more than others? Any of them that you'd be willing to share or talk about with the listeners?
I have a tattoo of a fat girl on a cheeseburger, and the banner reads, "Mama's gotta eat." I got that in flight school, much to my husband at the time's chagrin. And the first day we report to flight school, or up to the hill, we call it, where Hanchey is, where the Apache course is. But at that point, we'd been at Fort Rucker, for quite some time. It's 2 years, is the pipeline to get through. And I'm trolling around my local bars and, had met some locals. And my friend Jennifer, she worked at the snack bar on Hanchey. And as we're getting our introduction, the platoon leader comes in and says, "Hey, here's a one over the world of, Hanchey. There's a snack bar. I don't know what the hours are." And I pipe up, a little eager 32-year-old in flight school. And I'm like, "Oh, the snack bar hours are 06 to 1400, and then again from 1600 to 2000, whatever it was." And my platoon leader's like, "This fat bitch has been on the hill for 15 minutes and has the fucking hours memorized of the snack bar." And thank God, or not, I piped up and I just kind of shrugged and was like, "Mama's got to eat." And so my nickname became Lunchbox, and I was like, "I'm going to get a tattoo of fat girl on a cheeseburger." And my flight instructor was like, "No, you're not." So
of course you
then
did.
you have to. So it's like the entire ribs, like from my armpit to my hip. And
oh God,
now I'm getting my back piece done, and he had to cover some of that up. And I was like, "You can have all of that." There's no part of that. But Matt Reed, the guy who's doing my back piece right now, he did my chest piece, and that was really important to me. It's probably the only one that's of any importance to me. That it was like a mechanic's heart, and it's got wires and fan blades, and the cross is a tire iron, and that was kind of the wrench in me. But I also have a tattoo that says "Mrs. Good Wrench, Wrench or Die." I forgot about that shitty one. But the back piece that's in progress, it is of course super meaningful to me, and that's all all about my buddy that passed last year in that crash at Campbell. So. But I'm a bitch anymore. I can't sit for an hour and a half, and I'm like, we have so much to go, and I'm like, I just have to tap out. Matt, I'm all done.
Yeah. Is he a more heavy-handed artist, or is it?
He is a heavy-handed guy, but I think some of it is just getting older. I have full sleeves and that side piece. None of them are comfortable, but I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not as tough as I used to be.
I mean, I don't have anything on my back, but it seems like the back, especially lower and down on the sides, would be, because I have one on my rib cage too, but I would think that that'd be painful as fuck. Who is the tattoo artist again?
His name is Matt Reed.
Give him a shout out.
Yes, absolutely. And he's at Tiger Lily Tattoo in Portland, Oregon. And he actually, his story is super rad too. He did a lot of work on a lot of the Portland Trailblazers.
Oh, okay.
And at one point, Nike had used his artwork in a commercial, and he sued Nike for the intellectual and artist rights that they used his, like, they made a tattoo like Come Alive or whatever on one of the Blazers.
That's fucking
so
cool.
He's
Did he win?
Yeah, he won. Yeah, he won.
That's awesome.
And it was kind of, a landmark for artists.
Yeah. That's pretty badass.
So he's great. He's super talented.
Yeah. Well, shout out to Matt. What does your morning routine look like? What time do you get up?
5.
5. Yeah.
5.
So you're one of those people.
Yeah. No alarm.
Yeah.
Like 5. And I'm a technology geek, and so I'm one of those Alexa everything in my house. So my house has like a morning. My apartment, my tiny apartment, has like the lights come on and my coffee pot starts, and I've got a couple books by my bedside, and so I'll do a little bit of make my bed first.
Yeah.
I have to make my bed immediately. It's the first thing I do. And then I journal. I've been keeping up with this journal now for like 3 years.
Oh, wow.
And I've got stacks and stacks and stacks of notebooks at this point.
Do you have any plans to do anything with it, or is it just more therapeutic?
I do. That's really, I would really, so I leave in a few days for Ireland for a month. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of my thought, is to kind of start to collate some of this stuff into a book. I mean, I want to tell my story, and I definitely want to do it in writing. I've just not pulled the trigger.
Yeah. Well, being a gun bunny, it's time to pull the trigger.
It's time.
What do you go to bed early?
I do.
Like how early?
8:30.
8:30. Jesus, that's like some 12-year-old business.
It is super 12-year-old business.
Yeah.
And I was rewatching 30 Rock this weekend when I was at the coast, and watching Tina Fey going, oh my God. She's like, I'm not going out after 10 o'clock. Like, I have no reason to be outside.
I don't go out either. But for me, I can't go to bed very early. But I think some people are just wired different that way. But all right, so you make your bed, you do a little bit of journaling. Do you eat or drink anything right away? I'm getting into that like old lady zone. I make my coffee, and I've got flaxseed oil that I take, a probiotic, my multivitamins and my milk thistle, and little Ensure in there.
A little Ensure in there, along with my Depends.
Yeah, some prunes.
Yes. Luckily, they make those new flattering Depends now.
Yeah.
So
the G-string Depends.
Oh my God.
I mean, you saw what I put in my coffee.
Yes.
So, I've got a fucking science experiment going in there, but I don't typically eat breakfast either. It is early. Sort of early, not early for you. You've been up for a month at this point, but
that's accurate.
Yeah, any type of working out or physical activity. Do you walk in the mornings typically, or?
Yeah, I try to walk in the mornings, especially if I don't have anything going on at all, because I walk 4 or 5 miles, but I'm at a slow pace, so it takes a chunk of time.
Yeah.
And so I try to get out and walk. I tried the gym thing when I got back from Germany last year. I got a personal trainer, and the gym just creeps me out. I'm not a big push-ups and sit-ups, and I can't.
Yeah. Military PT days are over.
Yes, for
especially
sure.
with your back, I suppose. Huh?
Yeah, and there's stuff I can do in like physical therapy stuff that I do, and I have my yoga mat, and so I will after I make my bed, try and stretch out and try and help it survive.
Yeah, limber up a little bit. You mentioned Alexa. What do you say to her first usually?
Alexa, start the coffee maker.
No shit.
That's the first thing I say. And then Alexa, play Pandora, and usually start music going.
And is it 90s rap or what?
No, it's Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift.
T-Swizzle.
Is that right?
No, it's not. I am not.
Now you're fucking with me.
I'm not a audiophile by any stretch of the imagination. So top country hits is pretty much as deep.
Are you in Oregon now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. For the next
in Portland.
Just outside of Portland, to the west of Portland.
So, I mean, not to get too off topic here, but I mean, is that, I've driven through it. I went there once for a police dog seminar that I taught. It was for a day or two, but I didn't really spend any time out and about. I mean, is it as liberal oasis as it's made out to be?
No, it's surely, in the foothold of Portland proper. But one of the things that I've really enjoyed about being back home is seeing, where we're growing up in the 80s, as logging was dying and the spotted owl and, farms were dying. And now, these farms are just thriving. There's just century farms everywhere, these 100-year-old plus farms, Christmas tree farms, nurseries. Go out to the coast and there's fishing boats just crushing out there every morning. You see timber coming out, on logging trucks out of the hills. And so that has been seeing that, that blue collar thriving, Tillamook, where Tillamook cheese is from, that's where I went this weekend. And it's, it's active, booming dairy farms and all local.
Yeah. Fuck. That's really good to hear. Like I said, I didn't spend any time there, but you hear so many fucking horror stories about the Pacific Northwest and Seattle and Portland being kind of the two hubs of that movement, if you want to call it from a social standpoint. But man, that's awesome. So my next question is where are you from? Obviously from there. What was growing up there like outside of what you just mentioned in terms of the downtrodden of the industry that had made it famous?
Growing up there was really awesome, and I think that's part of why they say you can't go home again, and it isn't the same place that I remember. But I was very fortunate to have. We were broke as shit, but we did a ton of camping. We did a ton of hunting and fishing, and I've never been to Disneyland. I've never, we never stayed in a hotel, but the way it would work is, this is before the internet, and so if you wanted to have a camping spot, you just, it was first come, first serve.
The way it ought to be.
The way it ought to be.
God damn it.
And so the women and children, while the men, my dad and my uncles were still at work, we would leave like on Thursday to go set up camp and find a spot. You put up, people don't even remember this, but you like put up the paper plates, with an arrow saying, "Hey, Dad, we're this way," and that was how you got around. But I learned crawling around in the mountains there.
Yeah. I will say that Crater Lake is one of my favorite places on earth. I just went there for the first time this last summer and was absolutely fucking blown away. And I drove from Northern California up through there and then all the way over towards Yellowstone after that. And that whole drive, aside of the fact that, I'm not shitting you. I don't know if it was out of season or if it's normally that way. There's some stretches of interstate that, just absolutely gorgeous, but like I would pull over to take a piss. And within, this is not me exaggerating, 3 seconds of being out of my vehicle, it was like mosquitoes were trying to take me away. Like it was as bad as I've ever fucking seen them anywhere in the world. I was astounded at how quick they were on your ass, and there were thousands of them. Is it typically that fucking bad?
It just depends on where you're at.
Yeah.
I will say that I've seen worse in Alaska.
Yeah.
They will carry you away.
Yeah. They're fucking huge there. It's like northern Minnesota. So
yes.
To me, they weren't that big, but it was like droves. It was like fucking locusts out of the Bible, coming to kill me.
Yes. They're terrible.
Yeah.
That's why when growing up, like we never camped near lakes, always camped near moving water.
Yeah.
Because
of high country.
Yeah. High country because, because of the mosquitoes. So.
Yeah. So would it safe to say that your childhood was most memorable in terms of time spent with family and doing activities like that, or?
Yes. And there's a couple of places in my story that I talk about, but I did suffer, at the hands of a family member, sexual abuse for many, many years. Oh. And so that, as that came out, all of that kind of dissipated. And so, it was difficult. I felt like I had this like idyllic family and all of these things, and something like that as anyone would know, will just rip a family apart. And
would you do you mind sharing what happened?
No, I actually don't mind sharing it now. My grandfather, my mom's dad, after my parents got divorced, I was sent to live with my grandparents, because I was unwieldy and out of control.
Because you were gun bunny actual.
Because I was gun bunny actual. And so he started abusing me. I'm not even exactly sure when that started, and then.
How old were you when you went there?
12.
12.
Sorry, my nose. And then the inevitable, problem in schools and, problems with started drinking beer and smoking weed and getting in trouble, and nobody could figure it out. And it was, when it finally did come out when I was 15, that it didn't proceed with a case, and I didn't want to testify, but it did. I still don't talk to my mother about it, to this day over it. So
did that? I'm curious what your father's response to that was.
My father, we've talked about it since then. My father and my stepmom told me, like, when he found out about it, he almost drove over there and.
As a father of daughters in that age group, I can imagine.
Yes, but that was kind of the end of it, and then I moved out on my own, and not really on my own. I had a lot of friends in my life whose families helped me out, and then shortly after that I got pregnant. I was 15 when I found out that I was pregnant. I was 16 when my son was born, and that gave me like something to live for. I was not going to have the same thing, I was not going to have the same thing happen to my son that happened to me. And so I literally forged my mom's signature to withdraw from high school. I went down to the community college and took the GED test the next day. I found an adoption agency. I found a guardian ad litem because I didn't trust my family at that point to help me guide this. My family was deeply, deeply religious as well. So they were actually against the adoption because they wanted to keep it in the family, I guess.
Yeah.
So, but after that, after my son was born, I will plug this program. Northwest Youth Corps is a program. It's out of just south of Eugene, and it takes troubled kids and will put you in the woods to work. I mean, it's no joke. And it's like 5 or 6 weeks program. We're actually building hiking trail, and they send you all over. And
it's still going?
Still going. That's still something I donate to.
Oh, that's
and
awesome.
It's a great program. It didn't pay shit, but
life lessons.
Yeah, life lessons. And it was hard fucking work. Yeah. And we pack it out, including, your toilet paper.
Yeah.
There was no, the fire danger was really high that year. And so there's, not that I'm jumpy, sorry.
Yep. Go ahead.
Sorry. My nose is going to be the mess of this. So that was really, that made basic training look like a fucking cakewalk.
Yeah.
I mean, super, super cakewalk. And then shortly after that, I was, out and on my own and working, and within a couple of years figured out that there was no market for gun bunny actuals with a GED and no fucking skills. And I ran to the recruiter.
So did you do the logging, or the hiking trail work with that organization? You did that after you gave your son up for adoption?
Yes. Yeah.
One thing I'm curious from an adoption standpoint, looking back on it now, how do you feel about it? Fast forward a few decades, is it something that you regret to do it over again? Would you do it the same way? Kind of what are your feelings on it now, looking back? I have
like 53-foot trailer fulls of regrets in my life. And that is absolutely the one thing that I don't have not a single regret about. Yeah. That was, I don't know, like, I don't know how I was able to do it, make those decisions and at 15 and give my son a chance. The crazy thing is, again, pre-internet, the adoption agency would bring me folders of prospective parents. And so I have all these, I'm 15 and I'm pregnant and emotional and I feel this baby moving inside of me. And I have all these folders in front of me and I'm just supposed to pick the people who are going.
So they gave you that input?
Yes.
That seems strange.
And I got to choose, the family. I got to choose what level of contact or communication I wanted or didn't want with them. It was a really great process. And the guardian ad litem, went to the hospital with me. And the doctor even came in and sent my family out and closed the door and was like, "Are you sure this is what you want to do?" And he told me that I could stay in the hospital for as long as I wanted to spend time with my son. So I spent 3 days with him. And I wrote him a poem and drew him this picture. And his parents hung that on his wall.
Yeah.
And they gave me a bracelet that said, "You'll always be his mom." And then come to find out, her father was a Chinook pilot.
No shit.
Yeah, I'm Gail and Britt, and her father was a retired Chinook driver.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
What from a standpoint of being in the hospital and that natural bonding process for that 3-day period was. This probably seems like a dumb question to some, but I'm curious. What was the actual instant that you handed him over and knew that was it, essentially? What was that tough? Was it surreal? Was it easier than you thought? Harder than what was that like?
It was surreal, but it wasn't bad until, and I hate to use the term, but there's almost a lemon law.
Yeah.
When it comes to adoption, and it was an interstate adoption. They were from Washington State, and I was in Oregon. They had to call me 24 hours after I discharged from the hospital and ask me if I was sure.
Oh, God.
And that, my milk is coming in, not to be super gross, but my milk is coming in and I've just given birth and I'm 16 at that point. And I'm on the phone and I'm looking around, like doing this very, academic scan of my room. Like, I don't have a crib. I do not have diapers. I do not have, I can't, have this baby here. But if I hadn't done my scan.
Mental inventory.
Yeah, I did my mental inventory. It was the hardest, it was the hardest 3 words, yes, I'm sure, I've probably ever said.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Except all 3 times I said I want a divorce.
Or maybe it was the I do, I don't know.
Yeah.
In terms of, the following weeks, months afterwards, did you immediately go right into that program?
I did. He was born in,
distractor?
Yep, exactly why.
Yeah.
He was born in June and I started the very next program. Probably less than 2 weeks. I'm out there slamming in the mountains, and it was what I needed. It was the perfect transition where you don't have to you can't think. There's no time to think. You're too tired to think, and you're just doing heavy manual labor and putting down miles in dungarees and steel-toed boots.
Yeah, fuck. It's hard to even fathom that, obviously, as a man. There's an element that I'll never understand. But as a father, I can certainly sympathize with that process, especially at that age. That's incredible, frankly. Do you keep in touch with him? Have you had any contact with him, or did you growing up at all? Or
no, I've been in contact with his parents, and I've always wanted to leave it up to him. And I wrote him a ton. Again, I'm a prolific writer, and while I was pregnant with him, I tried to just tell him what was going on and what I was thinking, and any question that he might approach me with later on, I tried to answer up front. So if he ever did want to reach out and have contact with me, it would be, not for that. I do have done some Facebook stalking of him, and he's a big time pot smoking pacifist hippie, and so I'm probably the man to him. I don't know, but he's artistic and awesome, and he had a great upbringing, and Gail and Britt are still amazing people who have supported me.
So you haven't talked to him at all?
No, not at all.
Do you talk to them at all? Or?
I talk to Gail.
Yeah.
Yes, and she'll every year on his birthday she'll send me a note
that's
and
cool.
say thank you for the gift you gave us.
That's an amazing story for sure, and it's one that to me seems pretty ideal given those circumstances, and I hope that it maybe inspires people to look into that. We'll get into the abortion stuff later, but. Did you have siblings growing up?
I have a younger brother and a sister.
Did you get along with them well growing up? Or
I'm not close to my sister, but my brother and I are close, and we joke. I'll text him on his birthday in August, and he texts me on my birthday in October, and that's usually what we've got, like a text thread with like 2 texts, like every two texts every year.
Yeah.
And I was like, we clearly don't talk very much, but when we do, we get along great. His wife Amanda is great. I have a nephew Tristan, and he played Major League Ball for a while. He was drafted out of Salem, and now he's a bum, and his wife is an architect. You're not priceless. A bum, Mark.
Yeah, that's fucking priceless. When you were growing up and the different things happened, were there any other events that took place during your childhood that had huge impacts on you? Obviously, sexual abuse and being pregnant are pretty big ticket items. Was there anything else that took place?
No.
Not that's not enough. But.
No, not really. It was a good time to grow up. It was still a good time to grow up, and it was still playing in the neighborhood until the street lights came on, kind of upbringing before. Thank God I didn't exist with all this technology, because I would have made a fucking ass out of myself on a global scale. But I'll tell you, a tradition especially in the Willamette Valley, because like I said, there's all the nurseries and the berry farms especially. You could work in the fields when you were 12. So you got sent. My grandparents would send me. You would join a platoon, and you would report to the fields in the morning and pick berries, and just get smoked by a 2-year-old Mexican kid in the row next to you. I'm eating one berry and 2 on the thing, and eating one berry. So, but it was those kind of experiences growing up that I'm grateful for.
Yeah. In Iowa, we would tassel corn in the summers, which was a real motherfucker of a job, but.
Corn spiders.
Yeah, there's all sorts of shit in cornfields, but similarly, it was miserable work, but it was a good experience for sure. Did you play any sports as a kid?
I did. I played, of course. Yeah. I played softball.
Yeah.
I'm like a burly tattooed chick that drives a Subaru. Yes, I played softball.
I drive a Subaru. You saw that?
I did. But
you were like, that's not his car.
Subarus are rad. I just needed a Tundra. I guess. I played. I didn't start until I was 10, and played, in the majors, whatever, the 10 to 13-year-old range. And I remember trying out, and I overthrew from first base. I overthrew third.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what that meant. And they were like, "That is I was like 10, and I was already like 5'8" and 160 pounds. I was just a big fucking beast of a girl. And I played ball until, like I said, and that was one of the things that fell by the wayside, as I started becoming troubled, for lack of a better word. But all the girls I grew up playing ball with went on to get college scholarships to Oregon, and and were monsters. Yeah. And that was a good experience, and it was something, I wish that was when I wish I would have had that, that someone in my life to be like, no, you don't get to fucking quit.
Power through it.
Yeah, you fucking power through it, and so that I do regret that, and I still will go crush some batting cages.
Yeah. That's great. All right, so from what you were talking about earlier in terms of after, the forestry work and stuff, determining kind of your lot in life as it relates to there isn't much for you here, joining the military, was that pretty much the sole or primary driving force behind joining? Was just that? Was there any element of wanting to serve your country, or was it more like, fuck that, there's nothing better to do, this is my way out?
I did, even then I wanted to fly helicopters, but not because of Airwolf. I wanted to be like TC from Magnum PI. That was my guy. I wanted to be island hoppers.
Yeah.
It was two things. It was like wanting to serve my country and realizing and being grateful that as a female I could, because that's not the case everywhere, and learning a trade. I didn't care about the college money, but I knew, if I couldn't join as a Apache pilot, that I was going to join as a skilled trade and have something. And that was, so I signed up to be a mechanic, and that was a good gig.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Oh, it sounds like it. In terms of that chronological timeline, can you kind of walk us in, like when you joined, just kind of an overview, if you will, of your first couple of years in the military, and what that was like, both as a female in a predominantly male service, as well as the mechanic aspect in terms of helicopters, et cetera, and just kind of cover that. There was about a 3-year gap. I was almost 20 when I finally joined in '96, and had hung sheetrock and clean floors, and had been trying like crazy to kind of make something stick. And when I went to basic training, like I said, I hadn't been that long since I had done that forestry gig, and so basic was easy. There was no issue there. Where did you go to basic?
Fort Leonard Wood.
Oh, okay.
But I did sustain a stress fracture in my left foot while I was there, and I was not gonna tell fucking anybody, because I really believed that this was my only chance. It wasn't something I was just trying out. Like, this was my out. Mm-hmm. And I fractured my foot, muscled through it, and my AIT was down in Fort Jackson, South Carolina, and it's summertime by then. And I didn't realize how bad it was until I tried to put, you had to travel in Class A's, and I didn't realize how bad it was until I tried to put my foot in my, my shiny shoes. I was like,
boots.
Yeah, I was like, fuck, my foot is fucked. I get on the flight, I can't even carry my bag. My foot is so bad. I show up to Fort Jackson, and the first thing that my drill sergeant says to me when he sees me is like, "Don't tell me they sent me a motherfucking broke private, fucking Fort Leonard Wood." And he was super, super mad about it. And I was like, no, no, it's fine. As long as I was in boots and can tie it tight, I was good. I couldn't walk in flip-flops. I couldn't walk barefoot.
Was the stress fracture in your foot? Or
yeah,
in
the
your
third
shin?
metatarsal.
Okay.
Yeah, and I didn't realize how bad it was. But at that point, I was starting to get like black streaks running up my leg.
Yeah.
And the girl who slept in the bunk above me, she was like, "Emily, you got to go tell the drill sergeants." And so, like I said, this was summertime, '96, and I went into the drill sergeant's office, and my battle buddy escorted me, and my drill sergeant was like, "What's your fucking problem, Private?" And she was like, "Drill sergeant, you've got to look at her foot." And so he shoos her away, and brings the other drill sergeant in and makes me pull off my boot and pull up my pant leg, and then he just immediately starts like massaging my legs. And I was like,
wait a minute.
And it was like, but it was also, I think that, and I've talked to obviously a therapist about it too. There's that almost like, I hate to say, the word victim written on your forehead, but people can see, predators can see wounded prey. And so, yeah, I got bent over the fucking desk and tag teamed by 2 drill sergeants within like 72 hours of getting to Fort Jackson.
Jesus Christ.
And then they took me to the hospital, and they x-rayed my foot, and they put me in a soft shoe, and they said I was going to need 5 weeks of recovery. And they offered me, you could either go home or you could stay. And I stayed because where the fuck was I going to fucking go? And so they just used me as their bitch. And looking back now, I'm like, fuck, I could have milked that for everything. Like, I could have never taken a PT test or never done shit. But of course, that's not who I am. So in addition to having all that going on the whole time I'm in AIT, I'm the honor graduate. I'm, after my foot was healed, 300 PT, class leader, all that shit. I even won Soldier of the fucking Cycle and got to go have lunch with the general at Fort Jackson. Had the general's ear at any point that I could. And he was like, "What issues do you have?" And I'm like, "They lost one of my uniforms at the cleaners." Not.
So you didn't bring up any of that?
Oh, no. Yeah. No, never.
Is there a reason why you didn't?
Because I didn't want to be seen as the victim. And, looking back, it was super selfish of me because how many other girls did those same dudes victimize. And so selfishly, I wasn't brave enough, didn't have the intestinal fortitude. I don't know, but I never talked about it, ever talked about it. And I had a great therapist since I got back from Germany last year, and she just took one look at me and she was like, "What happened to you while you were in the military?" And I was like, "Nothing. Nope. Nothing. Not going to say, this is one of those take it to the grave kind of things." And now that I have this platform and all these people looking at me, I'm like, that's the kind of shit that I have to talk about because some fucking girl somewhere, some dude, like it's not only girls, is struggling with that. And I gotta, help be a voice.
Yeah. What do you think, do you think that there's I guess really anything that will prevent that or help prevent that aside from kind of the obvious of turning the desk upside down? From my standpoint is it's no secret that stuff like that hasn't happened pretty much since the dawn of mankind. People in positions of authority or power taking advantage of those underneath them. I wonder, I guess, from somebody, that's been through it, somebody in your position is what do you see as the most effective means of changing that mentality within the ranks? And it's because it's not just relegated to the military. I mean, it's that way in some corporate settings or within, other aspects of the government. I know there's always shit going on with, congressmen and young interns and shit like that. What do you think from a victim standpoint? And I don't mean that term in any way other than just factually accurate. Is you were the victim of something like that? Is it what do you think can be done to actually change that mentality?
Specifically in terms of the military, I think that the Marines have it right in the fact that they segregate by gender, in terms of initial training, because I think that's when our young privates are at their most vulnerable. And no offense to the drill sergeants out there, but we don't fucking send our rock stars. You know what I mean? Like we need our rock stars in the units doing their shit. And so a lot of times those become the hideouts for the fucking dirtbags that get pushed to a drill sergeant slot. And I think that certainly there's still going to, but the potential for women on women violence and male on male violence and all of those things, but
it's still there, but with far less likelihood.
Far less likelihood, I think. Yeah. And I've got other issues with mixed gender stuff in the military, but
yeah, I mean, since you're bringing it up, I'd plan on talking about that. There's generally, I would say, a pretty overwhelming consensus within the military that in similar fashion, I think. Of course, there are folks within the service and every service that champions, co-ed everything and, wanting to introduce women into every facet of the military. It sounds like I probably already know, and the listener can ascertain what your position is, but I'd like to go a little deeper into that. What is your take overall, not just early on, but whether it's women in special operations or in some combat roles? I mean, they already do play, yourself included, roles in certain elements of combat, but you've been at forward operating bases, you've been in areas that most of the talking head asshole mouthpieces that unfortunately are in the position to make determinations and decisions that affect big ticket protocols as it relates to how the military integrates their service members, that really don't know shit about it. I'm curious to get a woman's take on those types of environments and whether or not it's a good idea to have women even further into some of the areas that a lot of times people are talking about trying to get them into.
I think that's the key, is what you just said. People are trying to get them into it. There's not all these girls like trying, bashing down the doors to get into these jobs. Maybe there's politically motivated people, but I'll use this for instance, like say basic training, mixed gender, and you're on a run. If you're the fat body dude who's never run a day in your life, how fucking demoralizing is it to be, behind a bunch of chicks? And whereas if that were an all-male platoon, say, they're going to, their brothers are going to swing back around for the fat kid and help him catch up. Vice versa, if you got a girl who's a fucking rock star, rather than like lifting up the fat body girls, she just goes and runs with the dudes.
Yeah.
And I think we lose an opportunity to get better when when everything gets watered down to the lowest common denominator. Nobody has drive to get better. And I think that I did spend a lot of time out and about. I was a wrecker operator during my deployment to Iraq in 2006 for the engineers, and that involved going to some shitholes. Yeah. And it'd be funny because the medics at those places would always be like, "How are you cleaning yourself?" And I was like, "I got a bottle of water and a pallet." Like, what do you mean? Or the platoons would be like, "The engineers get girls." Yeah. So I've been in those places, and that's why like the movie G.I. Jane just fucking pisses me off so fucking bad, because I'm like, that bitch's vagina is fucked if she's living in the water that much. Yeah. I don't even want to be anywhere near her gooch if if she's in that fucking water so goddamn much. Yeah. I think. And I did try out for 160th. I mean, I've been to a special operations assessment, and it's always when I crack people up, like they're watering down the standards and they're just letting girls in. I was like, they didn't take me. Yeah. I tried really fucking hard and they didn't take me. Yeah. They invited me to come back and try again, and I was like.
So from having an experience, did you get any feeling that they were out to get you because you were a woman, or did it seem very even keeled of, hey, here's the fucking standard, you meet it, you're in, you don't, and it's fair game? Did it seem like it was pretty fair to you?
It was absolutely fair. And at that point I was stationed at JBLM, and there's.
And what is that for the listener?
Joint Base Lewis McChord, Old Fort Lewis up in Washington State, and we shared a ramp, or shared. The guys next door were 160th, 4th Regiment is there. And so I went and had a conversation with them first. Like, hey, I had been a super, super fucking smart ass. So every time like the 160th posters were at the hangar, they're like, everybody come apply. And I'm like, except for girls. And then they fucking started letting girls in. I was like, fuck, now I gotta go. Yeah. I gotta fucking put my money where my mouth is. And I was like, here's my only interest. Will I be value added? Yeah. That's it. Will I be value added? I don't give a fuck about the glass ceiling, whatever. I'm not here to prove a point. I want a real world mission that's real all the fucking time. And I don't want to fucking shoot plywood targets in fucking Yakima. Yeah. And let's play this dick swinging fucking Top Gun contest every year at gunnery. Like, if I'm not like shooting bad guys in the face and protecting brown guys, that's
what's the point?
What's the point? But they were very even. They were very fair. It was a very strenuous process, and other girls had made it before me, so they didn't deny me because I was a girl. Yeah. And my boss actually wrote on the letter of recommendation. He wrote, "I know you're being forced to take girls, but if you're going to take one, this is a good one."
Yeah, that's cool.
But so the jobs that are open. Like the job that I did, and other pilots, other fixed wing pilots, certainly medics. I think there's an important job that the CFT chicks, do to get out into the villages and stuff. But like free range, just chicks like going to, be Green Berets or SEALs or, going on the teams. I just think I'm not a fan. And that is, I have my own, I suffer, terribly with, and I hate the fucking term, but PTSD and the moral injury and all of the soul hurting that goes along with some of the, coming back from some of this stuff. And I just don't. And I get the officer side of it too, because it closes a lot of doors to women to become generals, which we have way too fucking many of, anyways. Yeah. So there's a general of AFIs.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, never before have so few been led by so many.
Yes, and that's always one of my favorite infographics to show people, the number of 4-star slots during World War II in comparison to now. But so it's if we're just making giving everybody trophies so that they can retire as whatever. That's ludicrous.
Yeah, you said something a minute ago that struck a chord with me, and that I kind of base my entire philosophy on women serving in the military, or frankly anybody, is the value added. To me, one of the luxuries of the United States military, or militaries across the world, is that very simple element, right? Is that unlike a lot of other aspects of our society, is that you can really boil pretty much every decision in the military down to that: is, does it increase our warfighting capability? Yes, do it. No, don't do it.
Yeah.
It really is that fucking simple. And to me, on kind of a broader scale, my take on integrating females into historically all male units, even if they make the grade from a selection standpoint, from my perspective, I don't think it's a good idea from the strife that it has to potentially cause within the units. Biology is biology, and unfortunately, in our society, there seems to be, and I don't know how this is the case, but there seems to be an argument even with that, which I have written down as something that we can get into also. But to me, it's really fucking simple. Is that men are men, women are women, and when you throw both of them into a extremely chaotic, dangerous, austere environment, where your life is literally on the line second to second, it's just a recipe for really bad shit to happen. Yeah. That's how I see it.
It's absolutely how I see it. And, I talked many times, if I go down, outside of the wire and outside of, I'm going to fucking eat a bullet.
Yeah.
They're going to fuck me up.
Yeah.
And I was listening to your podcast, with Chris about a Haitian prison. Mm-hmm. I'm there's a perfect example. Yeah. If I'm on that team, you get wrapped up and thrown in a fucking Haitian jail, it's going to be a bad fucking day for Emily.
Yeah.
It's already a bad day, not just for him, but for his poor wife. But those are the kind of things that we think about before every mission. When we would go flying, my buddy Jeff Murphy, we flew together a ton in Iraq, and it was part of our crew brief as we were getting in the aircraft. He's like, all right, if we get shot down, am I going to shoot you, or are the bears going to chase us? And I'd be like, I'm on my period, so just put a bullet in me. He's like, I'm not running with you if you're bleeding. The dogs will get us.
Oh, that's fucking great. The level of sense of humor is a must too, which I think a lot of times people outside the military can't even wrap their head around the shit that we joke about. But stuff, something like that being a classic example. But I'm curious about your take on, I would say, my opinion of female special operations. I mean, I'm not opposed to there being female soft candidates. Where I take issue is having females in the SEAL teams, in Ranger battalions, in operational detachments, Green Berets, et cetera. Is that, to me, there's no reason to have female SEALs, Rangers, Green Berets. I don't see any issue with, and I can see value added to having, just like the way Israel does it as an example, is an all-female, start it from scratch and have it be all-female special operations forces. To have their own units, to have that opportunity be available, but don't fuck something up that already works, just for the sake of saying, see, we can do it, because I just think it's a bad idea. And
no value added.
Yeah.
There's plenty. You've got it's not as if we're running short of candidates for any of those units.
Yeah.
When that time comes, when the women have to go work in the factories because all the men are gone, okay, then absolutely, but if there's, there's no void, there's no vacuum to fill, and except, somebody to go, I did it. Go fuck yourself. Like, get a hobby, get a dog. I know you have all your doggies.
No, they can come here and we can pair them with a real motherfucker that'll keep them busy. I guarantee it.
Yeah. Otherwise, go back to fucking Hooters and your 3-gun course and keep giving blowjobs.
That's it's refreshing to hear a female combat veteran's perspective on it, because I think just like with a lot of things, whether it's people. Their views on abortion, drug use, gay marriage, females in the military, whatever, gun restrictions, is it's generally people that have absolutely no fucking experience that are screaming the loudest for or against certain things in our society, and it shit drives me nuts. If you have no experience, just shut the fuck up and listen to the people that do. But it's neat to hear your take on it. All right, so if you could kind of continue the chronological timeline, if you will, of you go through AIT, which is advanced training, basically, for those listening that aren't military savvy, you civilian assholes. Is that from there you go to being a mechanic? Can you walk us through kind of your career up into when you became a pilot?
Yeah, I got very lucky. I was always a light wheel vehicle mechanic, 63 Bravo back then. And they changed the fucking numbers of the MOSs. Like, whose OER bullet is that?
Yeah.
God damn it. You talk about
it's already
useless.
Hard enough.
So my very first duty station was Germany. Now, I had never been like on an airplane or off the West Coast, until I joined the Army. So to get stationed in Germany was amazing. But I got to Germany and I report to my commander, and it's an E6, and I'm like really super confused. And he's like, "Oh, the unit is in Bosnia. So go to CIF and get on a bus." And I took a bus from Germany to Bosnia. Jesus. And I was in a military police unit. And the military police at that time, although it was a humanitarian mission, were doing convoys and patrols, and it's still a ton of mine danger, still a ton of unexploded ordnance danger, and so the other mechanics just didn't have time to haze me. It was like, here's a fucking toolbox, here's the manual fix, and the trucks would come back in with concertina wire wrapped around the half shafts and stuff like that. And I worked with some great mechanics, great warrant officer. My chief was in coveralls with us every day. Yeah. And so I was in Bosnia. That was in 1996. And I loved it. I loved the wrench turning. I really did. And then we convoyed back to Germany, and then I went right, and then, so in 1997, I married the first dude that fucking looked at me nice, because I was like the most damaged twat on the planet. I think we knew each other like a month, and got married, and Lou was getting out because he wanted to go to school. He was a machinist, and so I not promptly. We were married for 2 years. So I got pregnant, and I actually got out. I did my first stint and then got out and, tried to make a go. We moved back to the Northwest, and he was in school, and I got a job as a garbage truck mechanic, and we were, young, trying to make a fucking go out of it.
Yeah.
And didn't. And it was more, but it's helpful because, I learned what things in my life that I couldn't compromise. I always resented getting out. I felt like I had gotten out for him, which was not the case, but that was my feeling at the time. And so I came back in 2004 as an E4, as an enlisted mechanic. And my daughter stayed there with her dad and his new wife by then. And they raised her, and I went back in, and it's 2004, so shit's popping off, and I got assigned to an engineer unit who had just come back from a trip to Iraq, and so I didn't deploy. So I got married to the next dude that looked at me, and then in 2004,
maybe you just need to wear glasses.
I need LASIK.
Some blue blockers.
Dick glasses.
Some dick blocker glasses.
Yes. And I went to Iraq, 05, 07, so late in 2005, I went to Iraq. And right before we left, I was the only one that was able to go. I went to the actual, there's an ASI, we call Additional Skill Identifier School. So in addition to my school to be a mechanic, they sent me to another school to learn how to run the Army's tow truck. We call it the wrecker. And so I was in a construction engineer unit. They were doing crater repair, building checkpoints. That they were doing the belt around Baghdad in 2006, building all those checkpoints. And I was with that engineer unit, and they were building cops for the fucking Iraqi police to fucking shit in, and all the other stupid shit we did in that country. So I lived out and about and on those convoys, and engineer convoys.
Oh, those are dangerous.
30 plus fucking vehicles, low boys, heavy equipment on the back of them. I mean, they're long. Mm-hmm. We were doing self-security at that time still. And I'm in the ass of the convoy, that's my job. Right behind the water distributor, which is the big water trailer tank truck. And I'm like, these motherfuckers don't know that's not a fuel truck. Like they're always going to target that bitch with an RPG.
Yeah.
And during that deployment with, the IED strikes and the mortars and all the shit we dealt with, I was like, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. I remember one time so distinctly where I was behind the water distributor and they had one of the bullshit little Iraqi checkpoints, with their little serpentines set up. And I could see it coming, and the kid was making the turn, and he was getting off into the soft dirt by the canal. And I was like, no. And that fucking truck just went over and on its side, down into that fucking ditch. And the kids got out perfectly fine. The rest of the convoy left. Didn't realize what had happened.
Jesus.
So I'm in a fucking truck with these two privates that were driving. I got the E4s with me. I'm the staff sergeant. I've got to get this vehicle out. I don't know where the fuck I'm at. We don't have Blue Force tracker. I don't have fucking maps. I don't have fucking radio. I carried
How is that even possible?
I carried a man pack in the fucking truck because they didn't have enough radios to mount them. And so I'm on the controls, which are on the side of the truck, on the road, and Eric Pagan is hooking up the vehicle, and I've got my M16. I'm trying to provide my own rear security while I'm operating the controls. And
what were the E4 assholes doing?
They were trying to get their shit out, and because we at the time, as we roll on all these convoys, your shit was strapped to the outside of the truck. There was not room inside, these trucks for any of the gear, and so they're trying to, desperately to get everything they fucking owned off this cab that's now down in the water. But I will say, as helpless as that felt, all of a sudden, this fucking Land Rover pulls up. This white Land Rover pulls up, and these dudes in fucking sunglasses, fucking white Oakleys, in the 511 shirt. It's like the standard uniform of team guys, and they're like, "Oh, the rest of your convoy is 2 clicks down the road in the entrance to whatever this little gator swamp we were going to, whatever it was." And so I was like, okay, this isn't as dire as it seemed 30 seconds ago. And they were like, peace. They fucking left. They were like, but that, on top of having always had, the same helicopter pilot dreams, that really cemented for me, as a female, the one place I can impact the fight.
Yeah.
And I've talked about it as, as an attacker. And there's all kinds of important roles. Cooks are important. Everyone's important. Maybe not the people that lose leave packets. Those guys are not important. But that was it. That was it for me.
The light switch.
And we had no internet in the rooms. I got back to Camp Liberty, which was where our unit was hubbed at, which is in Baghdad, the big base. And I had a half a day off a week. My Sunday afternoons I was off, but you couldn't take a Humvee without having someone with you. So I took my poor little pack clerk, Katie Clark, and we went over to the 4th ID headquarters. And I was like, who do I talk to
kick some ass?
Yeah. And I started working on my packet. Then did it there. I needed a letter of recommendation. I didn't know any aviators. I had no experience with aviation. And I walked back into that headquarters and I told the girl at the desk, I was like, I really like to speak to an aviator. She went and got the fucking Lieutenant Colonel G3 Air and Lieutenant Colonel Lemke. And I had my packet with me. I had a letter already written. I had a thumb drive with it on digits. Like, hey, sir, can you write me a letter of recommendation? And so
he's like, who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you? He said, get an appointment on my books and come back with your platoon sergeant. And I came back with my platoon sergeant and talked to him. He's like the limb fact for you, or limiting factor for you civilian fucks. Well, the limb fact for me was going to be the GED and my age, because I was already 32 at that point. But they fucking took me. Thank God for the surge. Yeah. They were like, boom, a split tail with a GED. That's exactly what we're looking for. It's exactly what we're looking for.
Oh, Christ.
And so I got back from that rotation and went to flight school. Went to walks in 2006.
And where is that at?
Fort Rucker, Alabama, in we call it the UCLA, the ugly corner of Lower Alabama. And they do their own SEER there for us, and so we got to go through SEER and Dunker. And
how was the flight school experience?
And
I guess before that, with the GED, I mean, did they just waive the fact? I mean, because typically to even be an officer, let alone an aviator of any kind, they just waived the college degree requirement. How the fuck did that pan out?
There's no college degree requirement to be an Army aviator.
Fuck, I didn't know that.
I know. It's not. It's like, that's why there's so many fucking dirtbag Army pilots. There is no. It's to be a warrant officer, and that's the whole history of the Warrant Officer Corps. Is where we call them hard bars or RLOs, regular line officers. They commission, their commissioning source is whatever service school or JRTC that they went to. So a warrant warrants the commission based on their experience.
I guess embarrassingly, I didn't realize you went the warrant route. I guess that makes sense. But I'm still surprised that they waived all that. But I guess, you submitting that package, we're able to get in. It's astoundingly awesome, though.
Thank God for affirmative action. As long as it gets me in the door, what I do with the opportunity once I get through the door is there. But I'm not going to sit here and not acknowledge the fact that being a female, I'm sure helped, but you never do know, because my roommate was a black female in Warrant Officer Candidate School, and she was passed over twice. So who knows? Maybe it's my oratory skills, or no, I don't know.
So that experience going through flight school, back to that, I guess. Sorry for the interruption, but can you tell me and the listener what that was like?
Yes, and it's definitely one of the things I get asked, the most about is A, how to apply, fucking Google it, and B, what's it like once you get there. And it is, and I really hope, and there's been talks, I hope they streamline the process for people who are already pilots, because the bulk of the academics are, I mean, it is, they call it death, by a fire hose. And, it is. I mean, you have to take classes in weather. You have to take classes in aeromedicine. You have to take classes in, airspace. I mean, there's all this shit. And then, by the way, systems and how to actually fly the helicopter. But I think it's changed a ton, obviously, in the 10 years since I've been there. But it was it was insanely challenging. And like everything in the Army, or I'm sure for you guys as well, I mean, everything runs on an order of merit list. Yeah. So, it's your PT, and back to female equality, my 300 is not the same as fucking that guy's 300 on a PT test, and that's not fair. Yeah. It shouldn't be a contributing factor if it's not equal. Yeah. And so it was just that constant, for 2 years, that constant, like you're competing with your classmates to get, because at the end of your 2 years, or year, I guess, when you go to actually select your aircraft, it's all based off that list. Mm-hmm. So you and 20 of your classmates go sit in a room. And at this point, we've already learned how to fly the TH-67, which is the Bell Jet Ranger 260, no stranger to danger. So we've learned how to, wiggle the sticks. We've been through all these classes, and now it's time for us to decide what aircraft we're going to fly for the Army.
Can you run down the quick list of what all the options are?
Well, they were. I'm sorry to all my Kiowa brethren. It's not my fault. But at the time, you could pick Chinook, the Kiowa, OH-58, the Apache, and then, of course, the UH-60 Blackhawk. Now, there was no guarantee when you went to select that they were all going to be available.
Yeah.
The instructor will literally come in the room and next to those aircraft write the number of tick marks of slots he has available. Like, regardless of who you are or how many people in the room, don't fucking matter. If he puts 16 fucking Blackhawks on the board, 16 fucking people are going to become Blackhawk pilots.
Yeah.
So he's making the list and he's putting it up on the board, and next to the Apache he puts 3. And I was fucking first in the OML, and I got, the first of the 3 Apaches to go. And because otherwise I was going to murder someone. But so that was so you select the Apache, and then you start the whole next round of academics that are Apache specific. Yeah. And
do you know, just real quick, I'm curious, do you know why the U.S. Army's named all of their helicopters after Native American badass tribes? Is it just because it sounds fucking cool, or is there something more to it than that? Do you know?
I don't, and I don't know exactly why, but I do, and having spoken to a lot of, especially, Native Americans, in the Northwest, and it's a real source of pride that the Army has chosen, something that, something fucking lethal, to represent, to represent them, and so. But I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fucking cool, and I'm glad that the social justice warriors have, at least not yet, haven't come after that for it being fucking racist or pick something to be pissed off about. But I dig the names; they're fucking cool. So
I'm not going to call it the H-64 fluffy vagina.
Maybe you should.
Maybe I should.
Yeah. Maybe the Kiowa pilots can call it.
Oh, those poor babies.
Yeah. All right. So you go into Apache school, and how long is that?
It was the better part of a year. And again, this is, 2006, 2007. So it's, during the surge, we need a bunch of pilots. There's a big log jam at Fort Rucker. I had a 7-month break between getting done with one course and starting the actual Apache course. And it was just grueling. You got to study your ass off. In the mornings, you would come in and have to present a class, to the class, sit down and across the table from your flight instructor, you and your stick buddies on one side, and you sit on one side, two pilots, students assigned to an instructor, and he's going to grill you on questions, your emergency procedures that didn't make any sense to you up until now because I had nothing to correlate. Power levers off. I'm not going to sit here and regurgitate emergency procedures because I will get them all wrong and I'll get fucking slaughtered in the comments. Somebody asked me that the other day. They're like, "What's your EP for single engine failure?" I was like, "Fucking purple, bitch."
I don't know.
I don't care. I don't fucking care. So that it was, so you have all that table talk time, and then weather dependent, you actually go out and go fly around. And
I'm curious about your very first flight flying the trainer helicopter. A, what was that like? And B, how big of a difference, maneuverability flying wise is the Apache from that? Like, is it just Cadillac from a fucking Prius, or what? Can you talk about both of those experiences?
Yeah. So your very first flight is called your nickel ride, and the instructors for that are like Vietnam. They are Vietnam era dudes. I don't know how they do it. They all got the instructor pilot belly. The instructor pilot body is super skinny with a pot belly, a Snickers in one hand and a Coke in the other. And so you bring a nickel with your birth year on it and you hand him the nickel. And then you attempt to pick up this fucking thing and don't. Yeah. It's so funny because you take your turn and then you swap out and your stick buddy gets in and you're looking at this sea of all these orange and white helicopters and they're just all over the place. It just is It's crazy looking. And then you see everybody kind of as they get it, and they call it finding your hover button. And although he did ask me, he was like, have you operated heavy machinery? And I was like, yes. I was like, I've operated a ton of heavy machinery, and I was a mechanic. And he's like, you got a good control touch. Yeah. And so if you can not monkey fucking fist it, and it sounds super cheesy, but you think down and you think hover. But that helicopter is squirrely. The guys who fly the little birds and the Kiowas, more power to them, because it's a literal like fly-by-wire, very little like no hydraulic assist, and the input you make is gonna fucking happen right now, like right fucking now. So there's just very little forgiveness. The Apache, I could eat a sandwich in two hands with both feet flat on the floor. Like it will fly itself if you let it. If you let it. But of course, that's the purpose and the intent of it, to provide a stable firing platform for the weapon system. Yeah.
It has to be rock solid.
It doesn't. It's not to make life easier on me. It's to make the fucking 30 millimeter go where it's supposed to. Yeah. And I'm not making the guy, the gunner's job harder by doing a bunch of yerking and jerking.
Yeah. So obviously there's a huge disparity. So it seems like the flying portion of the Apache specific training was easier than first learning how to fly. Is that a safe bet?
The actual flying, yes, but then you bring in night system and trying to fly at night with, the monocle, and that's really like the most dangerous part. You've got that, so everybody knows on the Apache, like the front bucket looking thing is the TADS and the PINVIS, which is the Target Acquisition and Designating System, and whatever PINVIS stands for. But that's the FLIR. That bucket is, if you're in the back seat, that bucket is 10 feet in front of you and 3 feet below you.
Oh, wow.
So if you're at night, blacked out, and you look right and you see a tree here in your eyeball, that tree is not there. That tree is there. And you've got to make that mental shift, as you are hovering around at night, flying system. And they put you in what they call the bag, where they actually black out all of the windows of the helicopter, and you have to go fly just by that.
Wow.
And that is scary as shit.
Yeah.
Those poor instructor pilots, man. And the Apache as well is different because you sit front to back.
Yeah.
So that poor instructor has a fucking meat sack like me in the front seat, and he can't see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Like, so you've got to be constantly talking. In the Apache, you can't reach over and fucking give your buddy a handy like in the Black Hawk.
Does that happen?
I don't know.
Maybe.
And there's a reason we always joke there's a reason there's bulletproof glass like between the crew stations, but there's a sandwich slot. Yeah. I think it's supposed to be a paper slot, but I use it for sandwiches. So that part of it was super challenging. And then at the very end, you get into actually shooting the weapon systems, and you go to Molinelli, and that's the range there at Fort Rucker, and get to shoot stuff and fake shoot Hellfires.
No, can you, speaking of that, I know there's probably some specifics armament and capability wise that you can't discuss, but can you kind of give us a walk around the AH-64? And one of the things that in researching a little bit about that airframe, generally speaking, is that the A, for those, again, you civilian assholes, and I mean that with the most endearing property possible, but the A stands for attack, H is helicopter. But I saw that there's three different distinctions. There's the Alpha, the Delta, and the Echo, and a pretty significant price difference between the three of them. The Alpha being $20 million, the Delta $33 million, and the Echo $35.5 million. I mean, obviously that's an expensive piece of fucking gear, but can you talk about the differences and just kind of a general walk around the airframe for the layman? Obviously, there's a lot of shit that that none of us are going to fucking get, but just kind of generally speaking, this is what the helicopter is about.
So the Alpha model was already on its way out by the time I made it to flight school. The only people that were still running Alphas by then, Alpha models, the original were like National Guard units.
Yeah.
And the advent of the longbow, which is the Delta model, which is what people commonly know, and I get a lot of questions about that as well. Like, does the radar dome on top make it the longbow? No, it doesn't. The Delta model is really a software version.
Oh, okay.
And the increase in price is for the increases in those black boxes. And people always tease us because the Apache has air conditioning, whereas the other airframes don't. And I'm like, it's not for me.
Yeah.
It's for those $32 million in computers that are, riding around.
Yeah. I just get to benefit from it.
Yes, I do. And that really increased the radar, the fire control radar, it's called. So it had the radar capability built in. You could take the dome on or off. Still was a longbow, but at that time it still had the standard, the standard weapons that we all know. Everybody knows about the 30 millimeter chain cannon. It's a chain cannon, and we can hold 1,100 rounds of 30.
What is the cyclic rate on that? Do you know? Ballpark?
625 plus or minus.
Per minute?
Yeah.
So, 1,100 rounds, like you go through that pretty fucking quick at that rate.
Yes, and we only carry 300.
Oh, wow.
So there's two configurations that we can carry. And in the Global War on Terror, which is never, like the platform and the mission set that we're flying with this aircraft was not what it was designed for. Mm-hmm. It's designed for Iraq, and the initial invasion, go in, smash Saddam's radars, and his communications capability. So the FCR, the longbow, was able to do that. And then, of course, the capability to hold up to 8, you can put rails on it, but Hellfires, but we typically carry 1 or 2 depending on our loadout, and and then rockets.
What are those the smaller rockets? What do those consist of?
We got the rockets we have, and we'll typically roll with is we'll always carry illumination rockets, both covert and overt. No fucking mess them up if you're on an ODA mission. And they ask for covert loom, and you fucking light up the village.
Sorry about that.
It's a real bad fucking day. Not that I've ever done it twice. So, and like all proud of it, rocket back, looking
Shit. Yeah.
up, compromised. Please bring the Chinook back to get these guys. Yeah. So, and then we just got the Echo model before I deployed in 2013. We were the first unit at Fort Lewis, Washington, the first unit in the Army to field the Echo model. That's the latest and greatest. And if anyone calls it the goddamn Guardian, I will. It's not the fucking Guardian. They had a contest, like in the office at Huntsville, to name it, and one of the options was Liberator. I was like, do you know what the fucking Liberator is? But some fucking office bitch marked her vote and was like, that was how the name was picked, and so it's a big bone of contention.
We're gonna call it the Black Dildo.
Yeah. But that one, and it's been great. Now I've helped field the Echo model. We call fielding is when we get. When one of these new iterations comes about and the unit is about to get the equipment, we go through a process which is called fielding for the civilian nuggets. I'll call you my nuggets. Yeah. And so you go to Mesa, right off where the Boeing factory is in Mesa, Arizona, and you pick it up off the showroom floor and fly it home.
So what is the difference between the Delta and the Echo?
There's some power and range improvements that were a real game changer for us in Afghanistan. The enemy, the radio network and the alert spotter network in Afghanistan is ludicrous. You're not sneaking up on fucking anybody. Yeah. And they, the enemy, after how many fucking years of this we've been doing, they'll memorize how long you have on station. They know how long you can be there before you got to turn around and get gas. They know how long it takes you to get gas and they get fucking back. All of that shit. And so with the Echo model, we could go farther, faster, and they were like, oh shit. Fuck. Yeah. And it was rad. Yeah.
But what I saw is it looks like the range is just south of 400 miles. Is that on the Delta or the Echo? Or can you not say?
We usually carry like 2 hours 2 hours of gas.
Okay.
Is what we usually call it.
Yeah.
And again, that's this, you want us on station for 8 hours, I'm only bringing 2 bullets, you know, because I got to put every drop of gas I can fit in this thing. If that's so getting to know the ground force commander's intent and the actual, you know, who's running the mission, like, what more do you need from me?
Yeah.
We have illumination rockets. Do you want red phosphorus? You know, do you want covert or overt? Do you want PD, point detonating rockets? You know, do you just want shit to go boom? Or and having those kind of conversations. And the more of that integration we do, the better, because every ground force commander is like, don't use a Hellfire because Hellfire sounds scary. It's this much explosive, you know, just a couple pounds, and it's like laser guided. Do you want me to splay 30 millimeter over a 300 meter range, or do you want me to point
or scalpel a fucking standard charge in right where the fuck it's supposed to go? Well, if you put rails on it, you can actually carry up to 16 Hellfires, right? If that's all you're carrying.
Yeah. So just like in that sticker, and I know the users can't see it, but it's got.
You can show it to the. If you're on YouTube, you see that sticker, you can shove it up your ass while you're at it.
But so that you can go any configuration. You can go all pods if you wanted to. We don't.
The smaller rockets, which it looks like a little canister with what is there 8 in there?
There's. Or
does it depend on what you're?
It depends on it. It just depends.
I guess for kind of the most generic explosive rocket on the smaller side, what type of damage capability does that bring to the table? Like, is there a pound of explosives, a few pounds? I mean, it's smaller than a Hellfire by quite a bit, obviously, but what kind of damage can you do with some of those smaller rockets? They
have a ton of really useful capabilities. Rockets are hard. I mean, they're difficult to fire. They're not guided. You know, it requires like actual technique to have good rocket engagements. And so you can, especially troops in the open, we have flechette capability. I mean, having the flechette is a fucking game changer.
Can you describe what that is for people listening?
Yes, the flechette rocket is a rocket that has a bunch of little fucking nails in it. And over, whatever the range is, and again, everyone's going to hammer me because I'm not a gunner expert. My buddy Ryan Beagle is listening right now going, you stupid bitch. He's the master gunner of his unit, and he's like, oh, you're embarrassing us. Yeah. But over it will rain these rockets down, so it explodes,
like a fucking air claymore.
Yes, and that's helpful because and I know a lot of people have watched like Apache videos on YouTube where you see this like cloud of dust, see a bunch of machine gun fire, and then everybody gets up and walks away. Yeah. Well, we're still using the same ammunition that's designed to fire against tanks. And the actual 30 millimeter round doesn't detonate in sand. So if you literally don't hit him in the forehead, he's fucking walking away. Yeah. And why? And we haven't been able to like cure that problem in 17 fucking years of doing this. I have no idea. Yeah. But again, 30 millimeter against dudes in the open is really ineffective because it doesn't matter how good you are. I mean, the ambient conditions, determine like how well the gun is firing that day, and it rocks the aircraft. I mean, everybody says it's like sitting on a washing machine when you shoot a 30 millimeter front seat.
I don't doubt it. So the smaller rockets are a better option for troops in the open, and it sounds like really just about everything, unless you're shooting at a tank. But even then, I mean, they would be, I would think, similarly effective. I am curious, in terms of that, continuing to walk around it. You said that it's front to back, pilot and co-pilot. What is it, pilot and co-pilot, or do you call it your gunner? What?
It's literally called the co-pilot gunner station.
Okay.
CPG. So the back seat is the pilot station. The front seat is the co-pilot gunner station. But a lot of people are often confused that we are both pilots. You have to qualify. You have to fly so many hours every flight period in both seats to be considered proficient. To remain proficient, but it's a requirement to be proficient. The capability that he has in the front seat that I do not have in the back seat is the laser. So Hellfire engagements, always the front seat. And he's, heads down. There's a screen in the front seat of the Apache that is you get your target video from. All the video you guys see on YouTube, that there's a screen in the front seat, and a lot of guys fly kind of face down, right around face down. And you've got two handles on either side of that screen, and that's where you're doing all your manipulation. And it's the reason today I still have to invert the controls on my Xbox, because down is up, and up is down. But the pilot in the back seat is typically the one wiggling the sticks on the flight controls, and does you can do co-op, what we call cooperative engagements, where the front seat gunner is putting a target out there for me, and I fire the rockets on that point. But like, we do it different than the Brits, and I honestly wish we did it the way that they do. In the Army, you do. You start out in the front seat as the gunner, and the guy in the back is the more senior, or the pilot in command, typically, not always. But like, the front seat is where all the fun is. Like, everybody wants to be in the front seat when you're in combat, 'cause that's where the hunting is. Yeah. And but the Brits do it completely backwards. Like, you start out in the back seat, and then the pilot in command is typically in the front seat. But as the pilot in command, especially as a maintenance pilot, I was always flying in the back seat.
Yeah, and so, as you said, you've got to be able to do both, and you do both to stay certified, proficient, etc. Most of the time, you were in the back. What can you tell me about your first experiences actually crossing over from shooting plywood targets to actually going to war? And you did, because obviously you did a deployment in both Iraq and Afghanistan. I'm excited to hear kind of your experiences in combat as a pilot, some of the things, anything that you can and are willing to share about all aspects of it. I'd love to hear about it.
The deployment I did in 2011 sucked. Besides getting to do a ton of flying, it was Operation New Dawn, and we were leaving Iraq forever. Spoiler alert, we fucking didn't. But so the political climate was awful. Like, we couldn't shoot anything. And all of us do a year-long deployment, 10 months, I guess, and nobody fucking shot anybody. I mean, that's demoralizing to a group of killers. Yeah. And it was, so we called it Operation New Dumb Shit, and we would go do the Basra 500 and the Kalsu 500, and you just go fucking punch holes in the sky, and you build a bunch of time, but it sucks and it's boring, and we saw shit. I mean, there was shit going on
that you couldn't
that you couldn't fucking respond to, and you're still watching these fucking convoys going north on Tampa, going, we're supposed to be leaving. Quit bringing these fucking kids here, because they're still getting blown up. And it made me fucking angry. It made me angry that we were still continuing to put kids out on the fucking road, and still moving shit northbound that's only going to get left, because we're about to we need to be heading south. And one instance in particular, I was flying down in Basra, and I was stationed at Camp Adder in Talil, which is down towards the south. Basra is even further south in Iraq, for those of you that don't know. And we go in teams of 2, and we go down there to fly. And it was my very first flight as a no-shit pilot in command. I had my big girl panties on, like, do, I made it. I was the fucking last one of my group. But and my buddy, my good friend Ryan Connolly, who passed away last year, he was in the other aircraft, and they got engine chips, which is not good. Chip light comes on. So we end up having to land at Basra. And the Navy dudes put us up in this room that was like these fucking 4 mattresses on like a floor completely squished together, but it was someplace to sleep.
The Navy knows how to hook you up with birthing, I'll tell you what.
They were great. They were great. So I called, messaged my deployment husband and told him I wasn't going to be back until that night. And
your deployment husband.
Well, yeah, one of the ODA guys. Who knows? Just no fucking telling. Some dude I gave him a fucking number to in the DFAC. He's wearing white sunglasses and a goddamn 5'11" plaid shirt.
It seems to be the look you speak of, right? These guys, they look at you just right. To me, it makes me think of that picture that's now in memes all over the place of Sandra Bullock in that movie with the fucking blindfold on. Like, maybe you need to walk around like that. I don't know.
No, I do. Yeah. I do. But
Anyway,
they
sorry.
send a Black Hawk to bring an engine, and they actually replace the engine there at Basra out on the ramp. And I'm showing the Navy dudes around my helicopter because I'm looking for another deployment husband if I'm going to be stuck here for a couple more days. And we're walking around, and all of a sudden we start fucking taking incoming. Well, my buddy Ryan is up in the air doing the actual like engine checks with his co-pilot. So I'm just waiting for him to get done, give us the all clear that his engine is good, and we'll fucking take off. We'll go back to Talil. And we start taking incoming. And I don't know the name of it's like the Vulcan, like the strafing gun that they use for perimeter defense that like to shoot down incoming. That bitch is loud. Yeah. And I was like, I fly through that RAS all the time, or, the area we're not supposed to fly through. Yeah. I'm going to stop that. So we're actively taking incoming. And I don't know this at the time because I'm not up on power. My buddy Ryan follows the smoke trail and sees those fucking rockets. Saw them leave, and he sees the rails that still have 2 or 3 rockets left on them. And for you guys that don't know, when they shoot rockets at us, they just got like some angle iron propped up on a fucking sawhorse. I mean, it's not with a washing machine timer it's attached to him. Well, not only does he see that, he sees the 2 Iraqi policemen who were there firing the rockets at the fucking base. So I spool up. Basra Tower is an actual Iraqi airport in Basra. And so the Iraqi controller is like, the airfield is closed. We are under attack. And I was like, bitch, I know. That's why I'm taking off. I go join him. And sorry, I'm getting tissue. I go join him, and we, get a hold of whoever's fucking answering the radio there. And they don't give us clearance to fire. I mean, describe clearly what we're looking at, and they won't give us clearance to fire. It's like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, you won't give us clearance to fire?
Who was it that was making that call?
So it was a major. I found out at the time whoever the owning unit was of Basra. It was the major in the operations center, the tactical operations center, and he tells us that this is where my lack of tact. He tells us that he is going to send a ground team out to negotiate for the return of the remaining rockets.
Fucking crazy.
So, and I was like, motherfucker, you aren't going outside the wire to go fucking have that conversation. That means you're going to put some fucking E6 and his fucking team in an MRAP and fucking go out there to negotiate for, like...
These guys just tried to kill us.
These guys just tried to fucking kill us. And that was really, that just totally culminated, how that experience was. And it was a rough first gig, you have all these ideas. And I know Shauna talked about it too. I have all these expectations about what life as an Apache pilot was going to be like, and all this fucking I was getting tons of dick, but that's neither here nor there. So that glamorous part of it was true. But just the mission set, and it wouldn't be so I don't give a fuck. But like I said again, you still got these patrols going on, and that was the part that I really loved, because you were actively talking to. This was in JTAC land. Yeah. When you checked in with whatever convoy you were reporting to, you're talking to nuggets. You're talking to kids who are some platoon leader who's probably scared to fucking death. These are loggies, logisticians for, the truck drivers, the people just trying to get shit from point A to point B. And I'm like, and having been in that position, in Iraq in 2006 when I was a ground chick, I was like, I had a soft spot in my heart for sure for the convoy and for the regular Joe, and the one time we responded to an MRAP that had been struck by an IED. It was in Nasiriyah, and it was just in a really fucking shitty, awful spot in the road that the convoys went through all the time. It had a hard 90-degree, like 2 hard 90-degree turns with palm trees on fucking either side, just ambush alley.
I think I know where that's at.
Awful.
Yeah.
on the way to Delta, and it was just almost near shocker, but it was just fucking awful. And so it was but that was where becoming a professional aviator became important, because I needed to not be on a fuel turn when the convoy hit that spot.
Yeah.
I needed to time my mission set to make sure that I was full of gas, to be there so. I wasn't at this one time, and there was an NRAP, and the front end was, completely fucking blown up, some injuries, and the platoon leader I check in with, I'm front seat lead. So the lead aircraft, whoever's in the front seat, is the one who's talking to the ground guys. So everybody wants to be front seat lead, because you get to talk to the fucking ground guy.
Yeah.
And the truck is blown up, and they tell me that they have to wait for wrecker support. KBR contracted wrecker support to come all the way from fucking Delta. I was like, are you fucking with me? Like,
that's going to take forever.
That's going to take for fucking ever. It's going to take forever. And of course, I didn't know that it was different, that I just had a really great platoon sergeant when I was, a wrecker driver. It was like, you will go on every fucking mission.
Yeah.
Like, they don't go without wrecker support.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was not a thing. And by the time the wrecker got there, they didn't know how to hook up to it. And they finally get hooked up, and we're moving out of this fucking kill box, and they're going slow as shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is the problem? We need to go. And I was like, I told the platoon leader, I was like, listen, I bet you $1 million he did not drop the fucking drive shaft off the transfer case. So go pull the drive shaft. And he comes back on, he was like, that was it. And now suddenly we're boogieing at a mighty 30 miles an hour. And I think I said at one point, I was like, don't make me land and fucking do it myself. And they were just super all giddy, and the radio was blowing up, and I wish you would come down here.
So they didn't get ambushed anymore. They didn't take any more heavies during that time.
No.
And I'm curious about the previous story of the rockets. So I'm assuming then that they didn't let you guys respond, and did they end up sending a team out to try to negotiate with them?
They did, and the Iraqi police loaded them in the back of an Iraqi vehicle and took them to the next fucking town to blow up.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
Jesus.
It was
Christ.
Fucking
yeah
bad.
Yeah. So this was your first deployment experience. It sounds like it was frustrating. You got a lot of flying time, but didn't get to do specifically, kind of the varsity shit that you had signed up for.
Yeah.
Anything else on that deployment that you want to mention, whether it's another story like that or just anything to kind of synopsize?
I will. So for those that don't know, when you apply a 160th application packet, 160th special operations, one of the questions on the application is, what is your most embarrassing story? Whatever they write about. And So I wrote in that story, what happened to me in Iraq. Typically, the way flight time works is, it's more strenuous to fly at night. And so if you're flying at night, there will be a limit of 5 hours. You can't fly more than 5 hours. If you're doing what we call a mix of day-night, it's 7 hours. If it's daytime, bitch, you can get fucking 50 extensions. You're flying forever. Well, when you factor in that when you get in the aircraft, run-up takes anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour to get all your weapon systems up. Not to start the helicopter, but it's a long process. So by the time you report to the aircraft, do your pre-flight, actually climb in, get your shit up and running, I could be strapped in that 5-point harness for 8, 9, 10 hours a fucking day, and I don't have a wiener. And so I'd have to, just fucking suck it up. We call it tactical dehydration. And we don't, the Apache does not shut down when we get gas, because we break. Yeah. And if you shut down, you run the risk of breaking. And the Apache is one of those aircraft, if you can stand up and get your head chopped off, blades are turning. So we didn't typically climb out. Anyway, so I'm on my fucking period. I'm about to fly days. And I'm like, oh, it's going to be fucking miserable. I'm like, you want to talk about depends. I'm like, I have everything but a bath towel, trying to get myself set up for this mission set. And midway through the mission, I'm like, oh, there she goes. What the fuck can I do about it at that point? And so I just fucking roll with it. And we get back from mission, and Ben Ashworth, he was one of my crew chiefs. He's now a Black Hawk pilot. Super proud of him. he comes out, the crew chiefs will come up to us when we pull in, and they've got the truck and help us get all our gear out. And I like, Ben, I need you to grab my top. I would fly in my combat top, but I would wear my jacket, my like BDU jacket, or for not BDUs, but I'm really aging myself. But I didn't walk around in the combat top because it was embarrassing. I don't know, like your boobs hanging out.
You guys don't wear flight suits?
No. I missed the era of the pickle suits. We were A2CUs, fireproof version of.
Yeah.
Somebody didn't want us looking like pilots. They want us to blend in with all the other pogs.
Yeah.
So Ben comes up to me. I was like, Ben, bring me my top. And he's such a champ. Ben, you're such a fucking sweetheart. I hope you're listening to this. And he's a dad and a husband. He knows exactly what's up. He grabs my jacket and he holds it up in the air, like because I have to climb out of the aircraft, which is eye level for him, and my fucking bloody ass is just hanging out. And he very politely like holds my jacket up until I climb off the aircraft, then hands it to me, and I tie it off around my waist. And I go grab, get in the truck to go back to my to my living quarters to go change and get cleaned up. And the next thing I hear is this little tap on my door. And I answer it, and it's one of the other crew chiefs, and he's got the seat cushion.
Oh, God.
He's got the seat cushion, and he's just like so shamefaced, and he's like, ma'am, could you please wash this? I was like, yes, you dummies, I'm going to make you clean up after me. But I put that on my 160th application, and I had a couple 160th guys like proof my packet for us a minute, and they're like, bitch, you can't tell that story. I was like, motherfucker, that's my most embarrassing story. Yeah. And what better way to show I'm a girl and girl shit happens, but I still fucking drive on.
Yeah.
Like, that was so, that's a good way to wrap up Iraq.
Yeah. And really summarizes the whole fucking experience, sounds like. All right, so after Iraq, you come back. What did that turnaround look like? Did you apply for and for those of you listening that don't know, 160th is the Army's Special Operations Aviation Detachment Wing, whatever you want to call it. And so it's specific to supporting special operations. And I know the times that we were lucky enough to have them, they were godsends. I mean, they're next level fucking competency when it comes to flying helicopters and just airframes, generally speaking. But so when you hear her mention the 160th, she applied for the Army Special Operations, the Special Operations Aviation Regiment. Is that SOAR, what it stands for, right? Did you apply for that in between Iraq and Afghanistan or afterwards?
No, yes, in between.
Okay.
In between. And the big thing that happened after we got back from that from the 2011 was we were told that I was stationed at Fort Hood at the time in Texas, and when I chose Apaches, there was no Apaches up at Fort Lewis, Washington. So I knew going in there was no chance of me getting stationed at home until they told us in 2012 the unit is moving. So we moved a unit. We reflagged under a different combat aviation brigade, 16th Cab, and out of Alaska, and we moved as a unit. And then I went back to Fort Rucker. We call it Mother Rucker for that reason. Anytime there's like a schoolhouse, if you do further education, you're always going to go back to the nest. And at that time, I had made pilot in command, which was a requirement to do what we call track in Army aviation. Mm-hmm. And so I went to my tracked school, which was to become a maintenance test pilot, because in the Army, everyone is a mission pilot, and then you've got your real job, honestly. And there's we've got TAC ops guys that are like the smart whiz bang with the maps and the targeting and all that crap. The instructor pilots, maintenance test pilots. Who am I missing? Oh, safety. Nobody fucking cares. And so I was able to go, and then you go back and learn how to become a maintenance test pilot, which means that if say that engine repair or a blade gets replaced, the maintenance pilot is the one that actually takes it out, runs the aircraft up, goes and flies it. We have a completely separate checklist where we do maintenance tasks, take it up to 10,000 feet, put it through the paces, make sure it's safe to issue to the Peter pilots. And so in 2012, I spent, it's a long course. I was there for like six months, I guess, in 2012. And then after 2012, after that course, I drove from fucking Fort Rucker, Alabama to Fort Lewis, Washington with 2 goddamn cats in the back. And my buddy TQ at Longbow Roasters, he was in that course with me. And he had, I love the taquiros. TQ had bought like off the lemon lot like a $750 fucking 97 Toyota Tercel, and he was going to try and drive that bitch because Anna and the kids were already up in Washington waiting on him. And he drove. He was like, "What route are you taking?" He's like, "I'm going to take that route, but a day ahead of you. So if I break down, you can pick me up." So I moved up there in 2012 and up to Washington, and then we, all of 2013 was really the fielding. We had to get rid of 24 helicopters, and I've got like a notorious video on YouTube where we got stuck in Modesto one day, and it was all in preparation. It was all in preparation because we were the first Echo model unit. It had to get to Afghanistan, And I'll be honest with you, like all of us were feeling like our opportunities to fucking kill people were running out. And I know that sounds terrible to people that don't do what we do, but all of us were like, well, fuck, Iraq is, closed down. Fucking Afghanistan's, slated to be, down to the big 9 bases, at some point in 2014. And we're like, fuck, we're never going to get to do our fucking jobs.
Yeah.
And so but knowing that the Echo model had to get to, so Boeing could sell more helicopters, that was all in preparation for Afghanistan.
Yeah. Do you know off the top of your head about how many Apaches are in service?
I'd have to count cabs and the combat aviation brigades in my head, but
would you say it's hundreds?
Hundreds.
Is it
yes.
Thousands or hundreds?
Hundreds.
Hundreds.
Yes. And it's no, I don't think I'm giving away like any, trade or, secrets by saying, PACOM, the Pacific Command is the new hotness.
Yeah.
And so that's the shift from, moving out of the center of Texas and we have Apaches in Alaska, we have Apaches in Hawaii, a unit in Hawaii, and now having, Apaches on the West Coast. And they're doing, thank God I got out of there for that, but they're doing shipboard landings and they're doing, some awesome shit. I was like, I'm not getting in a fucking Mustang suit in this.
Yeah. Why are they landing Apaches on ships? Just to carry them closer to where they need to go, or?
Yes. Yeah.
Just from a logistics standpoint.
Just a logistics, and I think, to be able to, everything's about, proving, proving the reach, proving that you can be out there and touch somebody like that. I don't know specifically, but I do know. It's just clear to anyone with a TV that that's. Yeah. The shift. Sure.
I can say from having been in a shit ton of primarily Blackhawk or 60s, I guess they weren't Blackhawks, they were the Navy's version of that, but landing on flight decks on fucking boats moving out in the ocean is some dicey shit, especially at night in rough seas. That's some gnarly shit, and the pucker factor is high even for the dipshits like us that are just riding in them. I can't even imagine trying to pull that off. But a couple of questions that just kind of came to mind as you were talking about some of the stuff you do. I'm curious. I asked how many there are, but do you know, do they rate helicopters on a horsepower standpoint from the engines? And if so, do you know what type of ass is in an Apache horsepower wise, or power generally speaking, however it's measured?
They are measured in horsepower, but and there's actually a new engine coming into the works, but the Blackhawk and the Apache both use the same engines.
Oh, really?
GE, General Electric engines, 701s.
So you're flying a big refrigerator, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you know what the horsepower rating is?
I don't.
Ballpark.
I don't.
I'm always curious about that.
It's a bunch.
It's a lot. Yeah.
And we're heavy. The Blackhawk is light. It's nothing but fucking engines and skins. And the Apache is, 18,000 pounds sitting on the ramp ready to go.
Jesus Christ.
It's a big fucking helicopter.
Yeah.
It's a big fucking helicopter.
Do you know how much gas it can hold?
Yeah, we've got So we've got what we call the Robbie tank, because it's made by Robertson. But in the belly of the Apache, you've got two options, two magazines, really.
Yeah.
You can either put in a bunch of bullets or you can put in extra gas. And so we carry about 3,000 pounds of gas when we're full. And, JP8, which is fucking diesel, is 6.7 pounds a gallon, whatever the math is. So it's never enough.
Yeah.
It's never enough.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite thing about that airframe?
I have a real love-hate relationship with it. There have been, and it's in the news as well, I mean, there have been some significant maintenance issues with the Echo model, and there's been, we're dropping like flies, to be frank, in garrison in 2015, 2016, and of course, my buddy crashing last April at Fort Campbell, and but she's a good girl when she's good.
Yeah.
She's a good girl when she's
like
good.
Like a good woman. She's good when she's good, and she's bad when she's not, right?
Yes, she's bad when she doesn't have her dick glasses on.
Is there like a specific component that you love the most about it, whether it's just being a pilot or the airframe itself or whatever, just, kind of overall, if somebody says, what do you love most about that aspect of your life? Is there anything that stands out? The part that I didn't like about it, and that I miss with the Black Hawk, was that camaraderie with the crew chiefs. Yeah.
When they are riding with you, it's just a different deal.
Yeah.
And the poor Apache crew chiefs fucking, do the launch dance,
Yeah.
and then get on a fucking Bluebird bus to fucking NTC for 2 days. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I mean that part of it, that part of it really sucks. But my favorite thing about all of it is, it's something I heard, and I've heard numerous times, in combat, and they say the two things that the bad guy runs from is us and dudes with beards. I mean, or pilots with beards if I don't wax often enough. And so just the value added, that's a fucking value added piece of machinery.
Yeah.
And to be able to be a part of that and I loved, being a maintenance pilot, because then I did get to work with the crew chiefs, and we were out there and, troubleshooting and getting them up and running. And one of my mentors would tell me, it's generating combat power. The maintenance part of the job is thankless, and there's no formations and not a bunch of people, patting you on the back. And, it's same with any, people know your name when things are broke.
Yeah.
And so being able to generate that combat power, like knowing that you did something that was going to put that aircraft up and ready to launch and back on the ramp to fucking go fight tomorrow, that felt good.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. To me, that's kind of the biggest reward in life, really, is finding purpose and being excited about it, believing in it, and knowing that you're making a difference. So I love it. So you moved to Washington, and then you guys receive all these aircraft, get the ball rolling in essence, and then ultimately you deploy to Afghanistan. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, we went to Afghanistan in 2014, and we were at Kandahar, and as we were kind of like deciding, we had one outstation at Apache, FOB Apache, near Kalat, almost on the RC East border. We were, south and right on the border of the east area, and it's a really small place. They had an ODA team there. They had not much, and we were going to be there as a QRF, or quick reactionary force. Just move, again, strategically placing aircraft where they needed to be. And so I got told that I was going to go there, with a small group, and I'll jump at the opportunity every goddamn time. And the military people listening know, being away from the flagpole, where, I will take not having a fucking Burger King and a PX to be away from the sergeant major hopping out, fucking yell at me for not wearing my fucking PT belt into the goddamn DFAC. Fucking ludicrous. Yeah. And so we went there, and it was still things were slowing down in Afghanistan, but there were still teams out. There were still, places that shit was going on. And I had just put in my application, and I got invited to assess right before that deployment. And I asked them, could I please do the deployment first? I didn't want to leave my unit, prior to the deployment, and then I would assess right after I got back from that. So personally, it was a good rotation for that, because I could just fucking, I was 39 years old. I needed to get myself in a new kind of shape that, to get ready for this, kind of tryout that I didn't really know what it, it was all the smoke and mirrors that go around any kind of assessment that they don't have on National Geographic. And so that was personally, just awesome. I was running fucking 8 to 10 miles a day after mission, and just was in great shape and feeling really fucking good. And I worked with, because of kind of how things played out after flight school with the unit move and the deployments, we ended up together as the group of us that kind of got out of flight school together for a really long time. Yeah. Normally in a unit, you do 2 or 3 years and you fucking move on, but just the timing never worked out. And so I'm with these guys that I've been with, since 2009, and they're my fucking brothers. Yeah. And finally getting out to go shoot some shit, and actually getting, although I will say, fuck JTACs.
To explain, if you could explain both what they do in essence and why they piss you off.
The JTAC, I don't even, Joint Tactical, I don't know what it stands for. Assholes. No, I know. They are, and they do a really fucking important job, but they're the individual that will go out with the, with whatever units are out. And they are in essence, there are a million things besides, getting fucking shot at. They're the air traffic controller, and they control what we call the stack. Now, above every operation, it is the stack is planned, and there's an abort criteria depending on how many layers of that stack can't make the mission. So let's say, for instance, in the bottom of the stack, you'd have a Kiowa, and the JTAC will assign them the airspace between 0 and 1,000 feet, whatever, greater than 1,000, but just for instance. The next thing in the stack will be me, or the area weapons team, and maybe the JTAC will tell us, hey, you've got the airspace from 2,000 to 3,500. And then maybe there's a Scan Eagle, which is a UAS, a UAV platform, and then above that, you could potentially have A-10s, you could have, the AC-130s.
So you got an onion of badassery, basically.
Yes. Yeah. And I had been, accustomed to that kind of fucking cowboy days, and the waning of Iraq, where you were, like I said, just talking to the kid in the truck. Mm-hmm. And the JTACs, there's a book that's called the J-Fires Manual, and it's a little plastic laminated book that you can carry in your pocket, and it has all these brevity terms, the real brevity terms, not hey you, this is me. It's if you want to fucking put laser there, you say sparkle, and if you don't want this, then you say fucking muskrat. And I'm like, fuck your manual, fuck your brevity terms. Here is where I am. What the fuck do you want me to do? Just tell me in plain English. And I got into it with a JTAC one night. We were out on mission. My buddy Ryan Beagle's in the other aircraft, and we get called out. And they have ISR, whatever camera assets that the good guys had. There was 2 bad guys on a motorcycle at grid point. Go schwack him. Oh fucking okay. And they're like, but we want you to hold off because we don't want your noise signature to scare these guys away. So hold off over here, and then we'll call you in to make the kill shot. And I was like, listen, motherfuckers, this is how much gas I got. You got me for 2 hours and 21 minutes and 14 seconds. Like, I don't fuck with my numbers. Like, when I'm talking to a ground force commander, I'm going to tell them how much gas I have. I'm like, I'll tell you what. And a lot of you have been to Afghanistan, know where Frontenac Lake is. I was like, listen, we will go burn holes in the sky around Frontenac Lake and make it appear that we are actively looking at something over here. And then you guys call me in and, we'll go do what you need us to do. And the airspace he gave me, Beagle will probably remember better. It's like something crazy, like below 2,500 feet. And by the time they call us in, I'm like, fuck, man, I got like 20 fucking minutes of gas. Really? You have me out here fucking burning for 2 goddamn hours. I could have been sitting on the fucking tit on the fuel hose at Kandahar waiting for this, And so I was frustrated. And I was the actual air mission commander for this mission. You've got a pilot in command in each aircraft and then an overall air mission commander. And that hat kind of gets passed around loosely. It's not, when you're flying with dudes you've always flown with, it's everybody's on the team, you know. But you're the one on the carpet. Yeah. And so we'll go on the objective. We're in the front seat as the air mission commander, so I can kind of direct the fight. And the terrain was just really, just kind of undulating, and it wasn't like a straight and level. And they're trying to give me a laser spot. I can actually take a handover from from another asset. And so you give us a laser code. You're looking at it. Boom, I plug in that laser code. It's going to point me to where you're looking at. And we call it picking up the spot. I could not pick up the spot. I would get like flashes of it, like my camera would kind of start to go towards it. And then, but he had a scan eagle above me. Now, in hindsight, I should have asked him. It's kinetic. I should have asked him for more altitude. I couldn't get the spot. Beagle couldn't get the spot. We had like the plan. I'm going to schwack this dude, you schwack this dude, all this, we're doing our inbound run and I can't fucking get it. And all of a sudden, boom, the bingo low fuel warning comes on. And it's not something to be fucking played with, especially not out in bad guy land. Yeah. It's kind of like putting on your own oxygen mask first, how much more selfish am I if I fucking run out of gas and then you got to send out people to fucking, no, all of a sudden I'm in a recovery operation. And I was like punching the canopy. Mitch Whitstruck, was in the backseat flying. I was fucking punching the canopy, just going, fuck. And he's like, Emily, we gotta go. I was like, I fucking know, we gotta go, fuck, motherfucker. And we get back to Kandahar, and before the blades have even finished spinning down, the battle captain is at my aircraft. He's our battle captain, and he's like, the snake eater door kicker wants to know, you were given clearance to fucking fire, why you didn't fucking fire. I was like, you tell that motherfucker. And Beagle was like, I'll go in there with you. I was like, no, motherfucker, this is bullshit. Well, fast forward to the end of the rotation, and my colonel brings in all the JTACs we worked with for an award ceremony, give them like certificates. And this dude sees me, and I see him. I'm the only girl. He knows who I am. I know who he is, and I'm like, motherfucker, I'm fucking good. So I sass JTACs, but yeah. Their job is very dangerous.
So you in that instance, you guys didn't get to light them up. Is there any element of realism to assume that if you go back, you can refuel? And I mean, was it was totally fucking lost at that point, that opportunity? And also, how long does it take to refuel from empty?
Even going fast, it's 20 or 30 minutes. Yeah. It's not a fast process. Even longer if you need, more ammunition. At that point, it's not reality. It's, by the time they lose, if they lose positive identification, like he, goes behind a hill and they can't see him anymore, then I can't even, I can't reacquire him without positive identification. Yeah. And I'll be honest with you, those kinds of missions were my least favorite. Mm-hmm. It doesn't take, well, it clearly takes more skill than I fucking had, because I fucking failed. But it's not that, it's just not that interaction. You know, there's no ground force out in danger. You know, they're wrapped up in their hidey hole, and you know, they're just looking at this thing with with remote cameras. And so, you know, clearly, I mean, convoys were my favorite, and then, you know, doing the direct support stuff with 160th for the cat herders.
Yeah.
Those poor cat herders. It'd be like so depressing when you're over, you know, the Chinooks that come in, if we're out on a go fast mission, the Chinooks come in, do their insert, you know, you got all the local forces, and you're just like on, you know, looking through your FLIR, like at these poor guys, like trying to herd the local nationals through this village to clear it. And I'm like, at least I don't have to do their job. That's what you need to hire the girls for. Do a girl unit to just herd cats. Girls love cats.
That they do. I mean, you had 2 of them on a road trip, right?
A bunch.
Yeah. So in that instance, those guys never got taken care of. I mean, it would seem like, and I'm not trying to armchair quarterback it, but I mean, it seems like that would be a better application for, say, a fucking UAV or something, to racetrack for 4 hours and get the go ahead and then just do it.
Yes.
Is that?
And that's part of
why you didn't like it?
No, it's part of the like increases in the newer capabilities is attaching. Now that we've lost the Kiowa, which of course was the scout platform for the Army, the intent is for the Apache, in conjunction with a Gray Eagle or another UAV asset, to be able to send, you know, I'd be able to look at that video, I go send it over there to watch him, and then I, you know, all autonomously, rather than having to do it in conjunction. So I think that's, you know, that's definitely the wave of the future.
Yeah. So moving forward in that deployment, were there any stories that you can share of getting to do the things that you trained to do?
Yes, we went out and it was on a support mission, and 160th, the Little Birds were present on the mission, and we were flying around. Little Birds, I mean, they just don't have the reach that we do. Little Birds are fucking amazing. But, you know, they're a lot more weather and fuel dependent just by the nature of what they are. But when we were supporting them, they're running the show. You know what I mean? Like, we're strictly a support asset. You give me a grid square to look at, I'll fucking look at that grid square and be here if you need me to shoot over lone rockets. So we were doing that mission, and I was in the front seat, and it was crazy. It was just fucking hectic. And we've got 5 radios, and, you know, I've got them deaf as shit. So I always wear like the CEPs, which are the little combat, they're like the earbuds that hook into my radio. So I can hear, and you have your helmet on, and the radios were just fucking going nuts. And the guy who was flying me, he gets a little excited. He was getting all squirrely. And so I'm having trouble like maintaining orientation with where I'm looking. And all of a sudden, fucking see this group of dudes moving toward the village in single file, you know, moving in a military fashion. And one of them is carrying something and like wrapped in a rug. And again, I don't see any color. You know, I'm looking at all this as heat signature and in the FLIR. But it's like big, like as tall as he is. At some point they like stop. And so it's a weapon of some kind. And I see them, right as I see them, I was like, you know, trying to pass that information to my wingman so he can make sure he's looking at the same thing I'm looking at. And I was like, these motherfucking radios make me want to punch babies in the face right now. Fucking like deaf babies with AIDS. And just as we get on the targets, they see us and they start splitting up. Sorry, Steve. Sorry, not sorry. I'm like, I'll take these dudes. You take these dudes. His dudes immediately went and ran and jumped into a courtyard. Game's off. We cannot touch structures. Yeah. Collateral damage is out of the fucking question.
This was what year?
2014. Okay. I mean, you put a bullet in a dude's wall. It's crazy the level of
ROEs.
Yes. Yeah. So I get my dudes and they go down in this wadi, you know, this ditch, and so I see them, and we have different weapon settings for the number of bullets you shoot on any single trigger squeeze, and I accidentally.
Is this air quotes accidentally?
No, it was truly accidentally. I had it set on 10 rounds.
Yeah.
I'm like, so I'm
10-round
fucking
burst.
hoping that fucking 10 rounds goes and fucking lands on this dude.
Yeah.
And I only can see one of them. And so 10 rounds hits him, thank God. And I can't find this dude. I can't find the other dude. And I'm looking, like we're flying up and down and up and down. And I shit you not, like we're going down, like, through the wadi, and he has taken that blanket and he has pressed himself into the side of the wadi and covered with the blanket. I just scan that section as I see him go. Just back it up just enough to like recover his head or whatever it was he was doing, but it was just enough movement to fucking
ID him.
ID him. And they're really, and you know, we had a couple of other really good engagements and missions with those guys. But when you finally, I mean, there's still always like the level of, fuck, I hope I was right, you know. But then the ground dudes will go to that area and do an assessment of the battle damage. Yeah. And it's always like such a relief to hear on the radio, like, yep, we found a Dishka, or we found, 6 AKs, and these guys had, whatever the confirmation is, you're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Thank God. Yeah. But.
So when he readjusted, you smoked him too?
Yes. Yeah.
So it was just those two guys?
Yeah, just those two guys that we had that night. And that's typically, they don't, they're not moving in platoon size elements. Yeah. I mean, typically what we're fighting against is those 1 or 2 guys. And it's the hardest when they, they merge in with the local sheep herder and it's just, it's a frustrating war to be fought.
It's a constant cat and mouse. Was that the first engagement you had where you took people's lives? Yeah,
that was my first trigger pull. Yeah. I had been a backseater for engagements, but that was my first actual.
How did that feel? I mean, was it anticlimactic? Was it what you thought it was going to be? Was there any part of it afterwards that surprised you? What do you think?
It felt fucking rad. I'm supposed to fucking say that. I'm not supposed to say no. I have all these.
That's the beauty of Mike Crap. You get to be honest.
It felt fucking rad. It felt rad to finally, after all that time, it was 2014. I went to flight school. I applied to be an Apache pilot in 2006. Yeah. And finally out on a mission, finally back to feeling like it's making a fucking difference. Like it's like everything, I was trying to do. And it really made me want, 1/60th even more because you're doing that real world shit all the fucking time. And after going to sit through their briefs, oh my God, they are like the best mission planning madness I have ever seen. I scribble a Post-it note with my frequency and hand it to my
They've got a 90-page PowerPoint.
Oh my God, with sound signature readings and all these map layout. Oh, it'll give you a boner. It'll give you a little girl chub. And we're just sitting on the back wall going, I don't know what any of this means. I'm afraid to ask.
Go ahead.
No.
I didn't realize TF-160 has Apache pilots?
No.
Okay.
No. We do what we call DSRW, Direct Support Rotary Wing.
Okay.
Is when we get assigned or tasked out to them.
Oh, okay.
But actually tasked to them. However, we did way more missions that were just we call them stabulator briefs. The stabilators are the big wing in the back of the aircraft. 9 times out of 10, you meet at the ass end of the aircraft. Everybody lays their fucking kneeboard packets out and you exchange notes and you go knock it out. Yeah. But doing that, and I really had no reason even being assigned to that team, but my senior pilot was if you're going to go assess, you need to go see this, and so it was a really good experience. In fact, the girl, their little support chick, her and I ran the Army 10 miler together.
Oh,
she was a staff sergeant. She was rad. She was a super cool chick, and she.
That's awesome.
I don't know specifically what her support focus was, but yeah, we ran the 10 miler in fucking Kandahar. That was dumb.
Fucking bad idea, Gene. Did you keep track of how many combat missions that you flew on?
No, we do in fact, and people, especially my followers that are listening to this, know I've said it many times. I did not give a fuck about the flying. To a lot of guys, they were building time to become civilian pilots afterwards. I never maintained a personal logbook.
Yeah,
that's like
unheard of.
Yeah. I logged my flight in the computer. If the computer dropped, I lost those hours. I just didn't fucking care how many hours I flew. I cared because in order for me to become a maintenance pilot, you had to be a pilot in command plus 50 hours of pilot in command time. So I counted those bitches to the 10th of the hour until I got to 50 so I could go to school. And typically as a maintenance pilot, I'm going to have fewer hours than the average dude.
Yeah.
But, back in combat, you can see, 750 to 1,000 hours easy. Yeah. And I think I probably landed, if I had to guess, somewhere around the 12 or 1,300 hour mark. Yeah. But the bulk of my hours were combat.
Yeah.
And the bulk of them were night system hours in combat.
Yeah. How big of a disparity is it? I know you talked about it a little bit already, but the day versus night, or specifically flying on nods, what can you talk about that a little bit? Obviously depth perception is way off and whatever, but what's that like?
So we don't fly nods. I mean, we do because we have to. So flying, it's way, way, way more physically and emotionally taxing. It's hard. It's hard flying. Getting in and out of those FARPs, I mean, sketchy as fuck. Gary Owen in Iraq was like as big as this desk with 2 fuel pads. And by the time you have gas and, based on the conditions, it's heavy as shit. You don't have enough power to get out of the T-walls. You got to land inside these fucking T-walls under this one little thing in your eyeball, and this thing that has a slew rate that doesn't match your head. So it will fuck you up if you were in the dark and you were trying to look right and you move your head too fast. Because you move your head this fast and then
it takes forever to
fucking catch up. And it is the most unsettling feeling ever. And you got to do it all the time to feel good about it. Yeah. And so it's definitely, in terms of being a pilot, it's one of the things where I'll give you an example where I ended up ranked in my battalion is all based on the perceived risk for you is if you have a significant number of night hours. Yeah. And so I ended up, although I was low in overall hours, I ended up, with a lot of night hours. So that bumps you up in the list.
I got you.
Having 500 fucking night hours is worth 5,000 day hours.
Yeah.
I
mean, I did, there was one op we went on in particular where I was one of the drivers. We had 4 Humvees and we drove completely blacked out on nods, and it was about a 4.5 hour insert, a little bit faster extract, but I'll never forget. I mean, to speak to your point of the combination of physical and mental exhaustion, and that's on the goddamn ground driving. I can't even wrap my goddamn head around flying like that, because now it goes from one dimension to 360 degree, 3-dimension, like it's a fucking shit show. I can only imagine how difficult that is. But do you know how many combat engagements you had? Did you keep track of that in terms of missions you went on where you were actively engaging enemy combatants?
No. There was quite a few that deployment.
Yeah.
And I forgot, after we have an engagement, we have to come back and run it by legal. You got to review the fucking tape with the fucking JAG. It's the most pain in the ass bullshit process. But I got in trouble on that one for saying that I wanted to punch babies in the face.
You said that over the air?
Well, no, I didn't say it over the air, but they get your internal recordings. Everything that is happening in the aircraft, it goes on that tape. Yeah. So you got to be careful sometimes who you're talking shit about. I'm be like, this motherfucker. I'm like, don't crash and die for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And so that tape clears out. But I'm reviewing my tape. Rob Teague, super sweet man. He sits down with me and we got the screen up and my video's running. He's like, now, Emily, we think it's funny. And Major Becky fell off his chair laughing. But you can't say you want to punch babies in the face during your engagement.
There aren't any babies out there.
I was like, are you fucking with me? I got to be polite while I kill motherfuckers. Like,
I was just going to say the irony of, while you're taking people's lives, they don't want you to talk about punching a baby in the face jokingly. But I'd love to hear if there are any more stories, whether they're close calls or, just really neat or cool, fucking exciting examples of what it's like to be a pilot in a combat role. Because I know for me, and I have no doubt for the majority of the listeners, is that, I would love to get, a couple of accounts of those experiences if you can.
I was really that was a great, it was just a really great deployment, and getting, especially like, it's like making it to the big leagues with the whole team you've been playing for since Little League, so it was like our whole team and the whole group of us, and everybody was just so supportive and so rad. And to see these guys, my time was taken occupied a lot of the time with the maintenance stuff. But during the day, these dudes would be out like hunting for work, going out to the units and going and meeting with guys and saying, hey, where do you need us? And so, we were, PSAB, is a smaller base, and that was really the only fuel left outside of Kandahar. PSAB was the only place that was still open. And again, flying with my buddy Beagle, he was probably the only one dumb enough to fly with me so much. Sorry, Ryan. Sorry, Rebecca. It's his poor wife that she has to put up with me. But we, not an engagement story, but just a super like skosh weather situation. And, for people who've been overseas, and lots of people have seen videos, the dust storms are heinous.
No joke.
And it is a fucking bad goddamn day to get stuck in it. And me and Ryan were flying out, and we were doing a day to night, which sucks, because then you got the sunset through the dust, and it's starting to get dark. Yeah. And we were doing, we were escorting a Chinook, but just like a regular Chinook, and not like one of this 160th dudes. And we were flying around, and fucking like 3 times I lost him. Well, I lost visibility of him. And that's, again, a super bad day when you have another fucking helicopter in the air near you and you can't fucking see him. And it's like, blind, I'll use that brevity term. But you call blind and like, dude, I don't fucking see you. And he's like, all right, I'm going to stay at this altitude. You stay at this altitude. And, but meanwhile, we're still trying to, keep eyes on this fucking Chinook that's now landed and is loading up whatever the fuck they're loading up for, because we're escorting them to do that. Yeah. And we're like, we got to fucking go. Like, this is getting real fucking bad. And it's dark by the time we get back. And Kandahar is an extremely busy airspace. Now, Mustang Ramp was the little side ramp where the helicopters were parked at. It was not in visibility of the tower, the actual controlling tower, like, at any airport. So there was a limit to the number of aircraft that could be moving around over there, because they can't see you to clear you. Mm-hmm. Well, Beeg and I are coming in. I'm already sweating. I got like so much upholstery up my fucking butthole. It's just, you want to talk about like the stress of all of the flying with the addition of that weather and, providing security in an area that's still, that fucking Helmand, like it's still bad guy land. Yeah. And the fucking Chechens. And, we're coming back in, and there's a reporting point that's called River, and I'm lead, and I'm trying to go into land, and there's so many fucking aircraft, like you're trying to listen on the air to sequence yourself into get to land. Yeah. All I want to do is fucking land and shut down and drink a near beer and take 6 Benadryl. But and so Beagle teases me. So I like clear river, and I'm headed in to land, and I just don't, there's helicopters everywhere. I don't know what the fuck is going on. And I said, I'm going back to river, in like high pitched fucking scared bitch voice. And so still to this day, that is like the catchphrase of the entire deployment. Emily got scared. It's like, I'd rather admit that I'm fucking scared than fucking run into somebody.
Yeah.
But there were, when we weren't out actively, shooting at guys, I mean, there's still, there's a lot less shooting going on because we're there, because they don't. And at that point in the deployment, they realized that something was different.
Yeah.
We weren't a Delta model. All of a sudden, like I said, we're going places farther and faster and staying longer, and it fucked them up. And so they really...
It's a hell of a deterrent.
And they really put their heads down.
Yeah.
They really put their heads down. But we, like the tactic... at Frontenac Lake that I utilized, we started to develop some of those tactics to try and, trick them back out into the open.
Yeah.
And then of course, I had my female platoon leader, who I flew with. We were ovarian overload and, just
Estrogen Alley.
Estrogen Alley. She was my roommate too. That didn't help my deployment husband situation. Can't live with your fucking platoon leader. And she was like the super, like most soft-spoken, amazing chick. And the only piece of advice I ever had to give her was that she needed to fucking pull out her big girl voice when she was talking to the ground guys. Like you can't be afraid.
Yeah.
Like they are afraid and they need you to come correct.
Yeah.
And she went on to fucking schwack tons of dudes, man. She was stone cold. She's a captain, I think now, probably getting ready to be major. Gotta be. Yeah, she's badass.
Yeah. There's an element of just fucking poetic justice, I think, in that area of operations, having American female aviators smoking fucking jihadi insurgents that, there's just, you almost can't even describe, how fucking cool that is, frankly, especially given the circumstances of why we're there, why they're fighting us, et cetera. Did an element of that play a role in your day to day, or was it just kind of about doing the fucking job?
No, I often said I was going to carry bloody tampons around and go fucking drop them. I was like something.
Yeah.
You got killed by a girl. It's just something to fucking my calling card.
Smear it all over the rocket or something.
But there was certainly, but along with that, it's also, like I said, it's not the place. Like, give me a cyanide pill, because this isn't the place that I want to be taken captive.
No. Yeah, and obviously that's true for any of us, but I think I would agree that's especially true, to find out you're a fucking Apache pilot who's murdered. I use that term endearingly, but the way that they would view it is that, you murdered their brethren or whatever, that'd be a fucking bad deal for sure. But
I wouldn't be going to Denny's afterwards, eating moons over my hammy and talking about my Haitian jail time
with White Dad.
Yeah,
that's a shout out, Chris Osmond. I know you're listening. You got a lot of fans here after that one. It's pretty funny. But so was that a 10-month deployment also?
It was.
Yeah.
It was the cookie they gave us. That's what they, first they gave us 12-month deployments, but you got to take mid-tour. Yeah. And then they extended it 15 months. And they were like, oh, here's your 12 months back. Yeah. Oh, we don't want to send you on R&R.
Yeah.
And that was, so that was 10 months. 9 or 10, just at 10.
Were there any close calls during that deployment of being shot at, almost shot down, almost running into something, controlled landings, or half crashes? Whatever. Were there any like, holy shit, that was fucking close type of operations you went on? Not
that I went on. I had times where I scared myself, but we know what we're fighting against, and the TAC ops, like I said, the tactical operations guys who are Apache pilots, they're really fucking good about working with the intel assets to map out, any potential like real hazards. Yeah. Now, the Blackhawks were in way more danger of that shit. We stayed out of AK range. Like I'm never going to fly below 1,000 feet, because 1,500 feet, because I'm going to stay out of the golden bullet range. But that was when they were getting super sketchy about, like mounting IEDs on top of hills. So when the Black Hawk, would come in, they were getting blasted from the side by bombs and shit like that. And when I was at FOB Apache, my buddy Josh Barretts and his co-pilot I was off that night. I was sleeping, and Liz Dodge, another badass fucking female Apache pilot who's a rock star, we had a medevac unit there, the medical evacuation Black Hawk guys. And one of the really frustrating things about their mission was that they would get calls for fucking local nationals, to go. They're not, going out on launching on a medevac mission for one of our guys. They're whatever. And they launched in the middle of the night on a medevac mission, only to find out the dude had a cut on his leg that got fucking stitched up like the day before. Like not nighttime medevac criteria in any way, shape, or form. Well, they hit fucking wires and crashed. And Liz was the Apache that was escorting that mission. And they came and woke me up and told me what the fuck was going on, because we were about to start receiving, we were this tiny little out base, and we were about to start receiving casualties, like boatloads of them. And the other Black Hawk that was with them, that had the the QRF team, the infantry platoon that was responsible for the security, they had to come back to Apache to get the jaws of life and the equipment to go back to that aircraft and fucking start unpinning people.
God damn.
And my buddy Josh Barretts, he ended up having pins in both his legs. One young private lost his life, and my buddy Marsh was trapped under the transmission. I mean, it was just chaos. And meanwhile, Liz is now suddenly the commander of a fucking crash scene, and the Black Hawks start rolling in, and we did have, like I said, we did have an ODA team at that one, so they sent those guys out immediately, and the Lithuanian Special Forces were with us on that one. Those motherfuckers are bad. Those motherfuckers are bad. God damn. Task Force 77 all day. But they got him back, and we got him medevaced, and they stabilized them there and moved him out. But man, I'll never forget, by the time Liz landed, I just remember her sitting on the back porch, we had the smoker's porch built, and her fucking hand just shaking. She's trying to fucking smoke a cigarette. She's having to hold her other hand. And she's German, very German, and not an emotional woman. And that was just one. And then of course, we had to do the hero ride for the poor kid that passed, and it was just it's just a bad day. And obviously, and Josh, I don't fucking even understand, with pins in his legs, is now a fucking Black Hawk pilot again. Was determined to get back in the air, and they just hit unmarked wires that and that was so the Black Hawks, I only say that story because for all the badassery of the Apache, the guys out there, the lift dudes that are out there
hanging it out. Yeah.
Fuck. Yeah. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. The only other times I scared myself were trying to land in FARPs at night. Dust. I hate dust landings.
Yeah. So you never had any close calls with RPGs, or you were always above the ceiling of really getting fucked with all that kind of stuff?
Yes.
Yeah. And one of the things that I think, some people tend to forget, when it comes to any type of, I don't know if you ever had any mechanical trouble, close calls, or, intakes getting fucked up by dust or whatever, but the thing you have to remember about helicopters is there is no fucking eject button like there is on aircraft. If you have problems, you're riding that motherfucker down. Did you have any close calls that way with either crazy wind shears or dust storms or mechanical malfunctions that caused your ass to pucker?
When I was in Iraq in 2011, we were flying around, and I think near FOB East. I don't remember. Sketchy place. Super sketchy place. One of those places you hated to fucking land because it only had the 4-foot Hescos around it, and you can see fucking bad guy, roofs all around you. Yeah. And just being a mechanic, I wasn't even a maintenance pilot then, but just being a mechanic sitting in the front seat, I started smelling copper. And I was about to fucking lose a generator. And my buddy in the back seat was like, what? I was like, dude, we're about to fucking lose a generator. Like, no lights have come on, but I can smell it. And sure as shit, gen fail, which, the danger is not necessarily the loss of electrical, it's the fire potential. Having a generator on fire next to your transmission is not the super best day of all time. And we landed, and they send what they call a DART, Downed Aircraft Recovery Team, to bring us a generator and replace it. Well, First Sergeant Mayo came out with it because he was one of those first sergeants. Like his kids didn't go out in harm's way if he, wasn't going to go. Mm-hmm. And we sat there too long. And they're working as quickly as they can, but all of a sudden we start taking fucking incoming rockets, and they're close, and that generator is not like installed. And so First Sergeant Mayo, like Monty Mayor was the kid on the wing, and First Sergeant Mayo like snatched him off. He finished it up. We spooled it up to get the fuck out of there. But I mean, it's just ironic that like it was a maintenance issue and incoming at the same goddamn time. Yeah. I was like, fuck everything about this. In Afghanistan, I wish it was my story, and Beagle is better telling it. But my buddy Beagle, the altitudes in Afghanistan are brutal, and he sheared a fucking engine, like a GG rotor, like one part of the turbine engine. Like he lost the engine and had the foresight to not pull that power lever off because it was giving him 10% torque. And he's like, 10% is better than zero. And so he will tell the story, like he looked at this ridge line and he was looking at his power and looking at this ridge line going, I'm not going to fucking make it. And if he sets it down out there, it's bad guy land. Yeah. And he's going into some tiny little place that's not like big enough for a roll-on landing or some kind of like emergency procedure. And by the time he clears that mountain, that GG rotor shot out the side of the fucking helicopter, and the engine fucking ate itself. But he was over and landed. Wow. And that motherfucker, I don't know that I could have done that. It's one of those things that you hear about and you're like, he just calm, those cool, calm, and collected motherfuckers that just like, all right, here we go.
Yeah. This is probably the most ignorant Hollywood-based bullshit question that I can craft, but I'm going to ask it anyway. In that situation you're just talking about of being on the ground and taking incoming, can an Apache on the deck fuck shit up?
Yes.
And does that ever happen?
I will always say, like, if that fucking aircraft has power, if I'm on the ground, I'm staying in it, and I'm gonna shoot motherfuckers. Yeah. Yes, you absolutely.
I love it.
I'm fucking running.
Yeah.
You give me a chicken plate. I need a. No, I'm not fucking running.
I'm gonna $35 million dragon right here.
I'm gonna fucking sit here.
Yeah.
It is, and we joked, with all the mechanical issues that the Echo model had, and how determined they were to get it combat tested. Yeah. I was like, they're gonna fucking like park us in New Zealand and fuck us on the ground and just have us lob shit at sheep just to say we fucking killed something with this helicopter. I promise you.
Yeah, that's fucking priceless.
I went to SEER and everything, and all it taught me was I'm not fucking running.
Get caught, so in terms of some of the combat missions that you went on where you shot it out with bad guys, were there any situations where there were ground forces that were just getting fucked over and you came in and totally saved their ass?
No. Those missions existed. I didn't have them.
Yeah.
There were definitely, times that, dudes were, especially on the ODA missions where they fucking turn on you, those things could go so bad, so fucking fast when it's fucking pitch black out and you're trying to, and do those things. But no, I wish I could say I swooped in to save the day once or twice, but it was all very pre-planned kind of squirter control. And that's a lot of times it's the bulk of what we do.
Yeah.
And we get, there's so few opportunities to engage sometimes. We get back and like they'd be pissed off, like, fucking Apache took my kill, you motherfuckers. They'd be mad at me.
Yeah. Is there a mission that stands out as being kind of your favorite, or, in your mind is maybe more or the most impactful?
I still think that even though it wasn't the sexiest, I still think that work I did with the convoys, especially towards the end in 2011, was by far, not only for the personal reasons that I felt that way, but just the direct impact on kind of the average kid.
Yeah.
Although, it was great fun to go and do where I've got a fucking, I go work with the teams, and it's like, oh, here's a grid reference, and here every window is numbered something, and that's very clear communication, that's all mostly planned. But for me personally, looking back on my career, that was by far the most rewarding part for me.
Just because of the personal impact from where you came from and all that.
Yes.
Were there times in Afghanistan where you worked with SOF units specifically and did some of those pre-planned things where you just came in and they're assaulting, you're assaulting, and it's just an overwhelming...
Not so much the overwhelming assault. I did a ton of those. Did a ton of the very kind of pre-planned. Even some of those where it's like you fucking land and they come running up to your aircraft and like hand you their products, through the door. Shit like that happened all the time. And like I said, so many of the guys were out hunting for work. They were looking for, hey, how can we help you? But the climate was much more they're just collecting people in the village to, interrogate them or whatever, but it's not that overwhelming aspect of surprise. It wasn't Solder City in 2006. It wasn't that kind
Wild
of
West, fucking kill everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was Solder City. I just, I missed that. I was in flight school.
Yeah. Is there one other story in Afghanistan that you could share of actively engaging enemy combatants?
Yes, and it wasn't. I wasn't in the front seat. I was in the back seat on this one. My front seater was the one engaging, and that thinking about it, it was super sketchy. And these guys had were running, up into the mountains, kind of like through a crevasse that was in this saddle, and so, time was of the essence. We were going to fucking lose them. But as they climb up this mountain, that makes it extremely difficult for me to posture the aircraft for an effective engagement. The valley is only so wide, and so I can't fly this loop around with them because I'm never going to give my front seater.
And they probably know that.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And so it was nighttime. And I'm trying to set him up for an off-axis shot where I can give him, as much time to actively be looking for these guys to maintain positive identification. Because again, that's the other thing, is my job in the back seat. I'm looking at his video all the fucking time to make sure that I don't, accidentally fucking turn the aircraft a 180 around and make him lose PID, because PID is everything. And so I'm flying him around and fucking trying to get this shit set up. And I look out the right door and I am touching that fucking mountain. I almost burn. I've got we talk about, target fixation, talk about, coming inside too much inside the cockpit box office. I call it the box office. Yeah. And he's heads down looking at these bad guys. He's not helping me fly a fucking helicopter. So I got to try and keep him postured to, maintain that PID and successfully get the engagement and not fucking die. And that scared the fuck out of me. It was like, you're looking at, through the FLIR, you're looking at, black, and then it's just fucking mountain. And it's right here in your, it's out there, but it's fucking right here in your eyeball. Scared the fuck out of me. I didn't say a word to him. I was like, oh, don't fly there. But he did. He was able to successfully put a Hellfire in that fucking ditch, but, because that's the Hellfire is the only thing you can use when they get into those rocky areas. You're never going to get through there. But he was able to successfully put a Hellfire on both those dudes and took them both out with the one. And I was like, I'm a really bad backseater. I'm going back to maintenance flights.
Yeah, it's so cool to hear those types of stories. Because again, I mean, my experience with helicopters is either riding around in them or them being the saving goddamn grace, and to get to sit down and kind of hear that other side of it, of what it's like from your guys' perspective is pretty neat. And I could talk about it all day, but one question on I don't know if you can share it or not, but on that Hellfire, do you know about what the radius is? Like if you drop one in we'll say a relatively open field, is it 5 meters, 20 meters, the kill radius?
It depends on the warhead that you're using and its intent. And we've got, we typically carry different ones, and we actually have a new one that's got multiple capabilities. But yeah, if you get a really good strike, you're looking at 10 or 15, 20 meters, just depending on the terrain. And of course, when you can put it through a fucking window.
Inside it's multiplied enormously. Yeah.
That's a good day.
Were there a number of instances where you launched munitions through windows? No, because again, it was the whole collateral damage. It was something. It was definitely something we trained on, because there is a missile that's specifically for that, and it's meant to fucking blow out eardrum. Make people bleed and die from the inside out. How else would you bleed? Bleed in. Yeah.
And so, but it was something. It was something we trained on. Something we flew. It flew in the simulator and worked on, because in a conventional warfare, you're absolutely going to be smashing buildings. It wasn't this kinder, gentler. Here's a fucking goat.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah. Did you ever smoke any vehicles?
No, motorcycles. Yeah. Motorcycles were.
That's fucking cool.
The big one.
Is there a story you can share about?
No, I mean, it's just, it's squirter control, you've got, that was the bulk really of, when we had those operations, the ROE would often entail that, okay, we're going to, zip tie all these motherfuckers up, but if anybody runs, it's implied guilt and fair game. And so that would be a lot of what, and besides being the deterrent and just being Overwatch, we did a ton of squirter control. Yeah. And you're like, run, motherfucker, run.
Specifically, I mean, both squirter control and generally speaking, is there a munition that you used more than the other two of the three, between the 30 millimeter, the regular rockets, and the Hellfires?
I typically way more 30 millimeter, primarily 30 millimeter, and the rockets were the bulk of the rockets that we shot were going to be illumination rockets. Oh, okay. But my buddy Josh Chitwood, he was like a fucking rocket master, and he's it's kind of like what's your poison? Yeah. If he went on an engagement and he had a fucking say in it, he was putting rockets on and he was masterful at it. Yeah. 30 is just an easy squeezy.
Pray and spray.
Well, you got to remember, left is loud. So that's what we would say, right? So it's counterintuitive, but on the handles, on the controls that you fly, that you shoot with in the front seat, right is laser and left is loud. That's how you would remember it. Oh, okay. And so, but if you're squeezing the trigger on the cyclic, it's your right hand, and you're right-handed, your pistol finger is this one. Yeah. So it's like you have to sit there and left is loud, left is loud, left is loud. Or you accidentally squeeze laser one day and fucking a rocket goes off and you're like,
shit. Did anybody see that? What does the inside look like, and how big is it?
Tiny. Oh my God. Like, I know I'm a fat bitch, but I could barely fit in that thing. Major Ralph Becky, that guy could have been a fucking lineman for a professional football team. How he squeezed himself into that crew station, I'll never know. Yeah. But you can't even stretch your legs out. So with a long fucking time, it's a very...
That's hard on your fucking knees, huh?
Oh, brutal on your knees.
Does the chair suck?
The chair is Kevlar. It's a Kevlar with a fucking pad.
Yeah, it's like sitting on a bus.
It is. It's like sitting on, and it's a Kevlar, I mean, it's because it's bulletproof, because
Yeah.
that's, I mean, the purpose of it besides being crash worthy. But the, it's very, very, very small, very confined. In the front seat, the dashboard and all the weaponry stuff comes up really high, so you can't fucking see. And in the back seat, you've definitely got more room. But I had a little 511 again. I had a little range bag, just like a little Coyote range bag that I bought. And that was literally the only go bag that you could fit in the cruise station besides you and your stuff. I would hang my Camelback up on where the fire extinguisher mounted, so I'd tactically hydrate and not have to pee. Oh, I should have told my pee in the bottle story. Anyway, but it's insanely small. And when you're operating at night, when everything is blacked out, if you turn your interior lights up, just like in your car when you're driving down the highway at night, if shit is too bright, you can't fucking see. So you have to turn everything down, and every button is shaped differently so that you can memorize it by touch, because there's just fucking 100 buttons on that thing, and one's shaped like a China hat, and one's shaped a little inverse, and one has texture on it because you're wearing gloves. And so I was, every time I flew in the simulator, I always wore my gloves, because so you can have that muscle memory. And you'll fuck yourself up if you fucking take your hands off the controls. It's like hands on the controls. Am I recording video? Here's how I switch from white hot to black hot. Here's how I engage the gun, rockets, missiles, WAS, narrow, field of zoom. It's you have to memorize all of it. And I don't know how the fuck they did it before, like digital moving maps and stuff, because at least I've got a screen with my moving maps and with all my target information, and we can exchange digital traffic. Like if I lays in the store a target, if I lays point X, I hit the store button, that stores target 01. I can then send that to my wingman, so we're looking at the same digital data.
Can you send that helo to helos?
Yes.
Or is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that's what I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
And we would, the language is, you hit send, and then you say check mail, and they come back good mail. And so every time someone will send me an email, I'm like, good mail. They're like, what? I'm like, never mind. Never mind.
You've got mail.
You've got mail.
You guys are armed at least with pistols, right?
Yes.
Do you guys carry long guns or no?
We have M4 as an actual mount in the door.
Okay.
You can totally tell the difference when like my gear in 2011 versus 2014, because I was like, fucking kitted out in a million magazines and all my shit and my fucking shemagh, and I'm fucking going to war. And I'm like,
Fuck
I have my 9mm in one magazine, and they're like, is that all you brought? I'm like, again, I'm staying in the fucking aircraft, and I'm using using that. But I was not nearly as kitted out. And I have a picture of me and my buddy Adam Fackler, and it's his first deployment, and he's again just like me. He's got all his fucking shit swagged out, and I'm like, don't even have like my name tape on, and I'm wearing fucking mismatched boots that are just fucking mess.
I mean, that's not specific to just pilots. I know, our guys, your first go around, you look like a fucking gypsy wagon rolling down the street. But by the end of it, you're wearing like one fucking plate hanger and 3 mags and a shitty attitude. You know, with fucked up knees and everything else. Did you bring any fucking Scooby snacks in there? Like, do you ever bring food?
Yes.
What would you bring?
I was a big. Cliff Bars are just fucking easy, you know. I mean, Cliff Bars and mixed nuts and shit like that. Because every time I'm going on deployment, I gotta fucking get in shape, because it's just what we fucking do. But you have to have some, and we'd always, have a couple of MREs in the back and shit like that. But we always had a saying, like, if you intend to walk away with a helicopter with it, you better have it fucking on you. Like your jacket. If you fucking like have a tendency to want to stuff your jacket, someplace, and it's fucking in the fucking desert at night, like you need to have that. That's the kind of shit, and maxi pads. And my pee funnel.
I am curious, you mentioned the go bag. What did you have in there? So
my go bag, because of the Basra situation where we got stuck there, in the Navy mattresses for 4 days. So very and again, didn't have room for a whole lot. And so I would keep a Ziploc baggie, like a, compressed Ziploc baggie with a pair of socks, a pair of underwear, a clean t-shirt, just a quick, keep your ass clean kind of shit.
Yeah.
Fucking baby wipes, bullets, some Cliff Bars, usually like the fucking soy wasabi almonds were like crack cocaine to me. I fucking love those things. And, be able to like compress a jacket in there, toothbrush, shit like that. Fucking my passport, cash. I mean, and we had our blood shits on us. And of course we, all of us had our
shit sewn. It was sewn in.
Yeah, to our vests. So, and of course in the vest itself, we had, in our ALSI vest, you have one side that's your medical pouch. So if you unzip it, and that gets inspected regularly, with all your fucking pills and bandages and shit like that. Yeah. And then the other side would be, obviously have your tourniquet. Everybody wore their tourniquet in the exact same place. That was, mandated. And then have, the blood shit.
Can you explain that to the listener that has no idea what that is?
A blood shit? So the blood shit is the card or piece of paper that's given to us when we deploy with "Help me, I'm fucking American" in a bunch of different languages, and here this corner of this blood shit is good for 6 goats and a new wife. But it was something that in the event that you did have to evade, it was designed so that you could hand it to someone who didn't speak the same language as you, that could explain who you were and that you were looking for help in their language.
And you'll get something good out of it.
And it has a map on the back usually. But that's, I didn't have to use it.
Thank God, right? That's good shit. I mean, there's a million, things we could keep talking about on the deployment nuances. But as you wrap that deployment up, I'm curious about the that transition. After you came home, basically. One thing, actually, before we move on there, you mentioned your piss tube, and that's one of the funniest things that guys call that a dick. But one of the things that I find that a lot of civilians find the most intriguing, funny, disgusting, confusing about the military is like piss bottles, piss tubes, like, you've got to go to the bathroom or even taking a shit. And being in the military, like pretty much everybody has some pretty crazy stories of when they had to either piss or shit in really crazy, weird environments or with certain things going on. And that's something that, a lot of people probably don't think about is you're on a long flight and you got to piss like a racehorse. What do you do? And you mentioned you had a piss tube. Can you tell us that story quick? Yeah,
again, like I had mentioned, if you're flying in the daytime, you can fly, many more hours than you can at night. And so I really would talk about all the time the art of tactical dehydration. Yeah. You've got to drink enough that you're
not going to die.
Not you're going to die, but you can't drink so much that you're going to die. And you got that fucking chicken plate, your body armor fucking sitting right on there. And at the time, again, the policy was you don't get out of an aircraft with the blades spinning. So there's not many options for us as girls without a dick and a fucking bottle. And they eventually did change that, and we were able to like jump out at the FAR, but carefully. So we're flying around Iraq, and it's daytime, and my buddy John Leeser is in the back seat. And we have a mirror. There's no shit like you got it at fucking AutoZone in the front seat of the Apache. There is a little round mirror like you would put in your pickup truck, so you could see, like, make eye contact with the dude behind you. Yeah. And so sometimes, like when the radio's going crazy, you'd see him. And we're flying around, and I start to get in trouble. Like, I know I'm in trouble, and I do the like. Now I've got one hand under my chicken plate, and I'm like holding it up off my bladder, like to try and relieve that. But then, of course, I don't have a hand on, my controls doing my fucking job. Yeah. And I was like, fuck it, John, dude, I'm going to have to use a fucking pee funnel. Because I had bought myself a Shiwi or whatever the fuck it's called before this deployment, never knowing, you hope that you have it and don't fucking need it.
That name is priceless.
It's fucking Shiwi. and it was pink. It's just, so obnoxious.
Tactical Shiwi.
They make tactical ones now. But anyway, it was not at the time. I got it at REI, I think. Yeah. And I was like, I gotta use this fucking funnel. He's like, giddy. He was like giggling. He's like, no. I was like, I'm gonna pee my pants.
So this is while you're flying.
We're flying. Yeah, we are in the air on a convoy security mission.
God, I love it.
And we're the gun 2, so we're the rear aircraft. So me and John are having this fucking discussion. I was like, I'm serious, dude. Like, I got to do it. And you're in body armor, vest, uniform. And like I mentioned before, and you're in this fucking cockpit that you can't even straighten your legs out in. And, but I'm like, fuck it. If I got to commit, I got to commit. I get my funnel out, and I had packed a brown towel. I always had a brown towel in the bottom of my fucking go bag. I was like, and I start proceeding to undo all of this shit. Cause I don't, again, have a wiener I can just pull out. I have to like doff trowel to make this thing happen. And I have a fucking liter water bottle. And I'm like, I'm going to put my glove over the mirror so you don't like see my fucking pasty white ass fucking hanging out in the goddamn aircraft. And, he proceeds to do what everyone does when the other crew member is peeing and fucking yerking and jerking and fucking yanking and baking, because that's what everyone fucking does. And I was recalling all the times I had done the same thing to him. Oh, and he says over the radio to Gun 1, Ryan Embody, he's like, dude, you won't believe what's happening back here. I was like, you motherfucker, shut the fuck up. Well, then Ryan, the lead aircraft, really thinks something is wrong, right? You don't just say, dude, you won't believe, and then fucking shut up, and we can't see each other. So I'm up, out of my chair. I got the brown towel on the fucking seat. My pants are around my fucking ankles. I'm trying to like tilt forward to make this fucking Shiwi thing work. I got it in the bottle. I am peeing, almost standing up in this aircraft, and fucking Ryan doubles back around.
Oh,
he's
God.
like, what's going on back there? I'm coming right. And he fucking, and it's just me, the Shiwi, and my pee bottle, fucking piss, spraying fucking everywhere. It was a fucking mess. I got more on the floor and on that brown towel than I did in the fucking bottle. And the worst part was, no sooner do I get done doing that, we get a real call. And I fucking fly the rest of the goddamn mission with my pants around my fucking ankles. I did not get dressed again until we fucking got back to base.
The naked warrior.
Oh my God. During an IED strike in fucking Iraq in 2006, we were trapped on this fucking overpass in the front vehicle, but taking an IED. I did the same thing. My right seater Pagan was like, I was like, I gotta fucking pee. You never saw any of this. And I cut a fucking, with a liter shitty Iraq water bottles, I just cut it at a fucking angle and just peed in it and fucking chucked it out the window. I was like, I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna get out of this fucking truck right now. I will be goddamn. So it is amazing, like the lengths that you go to just fucking get shit done.
Yeah.
And my buddy Jeff Murphy, John Leeser one time, he filled up a bottle of different colored Gatorade, like yellow and orange Gatorade to make it look like pee, like to drink it in front of the crew chiefs, like he was drinking his piss, and then actually fucking drank the wrong bottle and fucking drank his piss. And we were walking back one day, and Jeff Murphy had his fucking piss bottle in his hand, and he goes to fucking chuck that bitch in the dumpster. And I shit you not, it could not have landed more perfectly. It hit the lip of the dumpster with the lid facing him. The lid popped off, and he just took a bath in his fucking piss. And he's just like the most dejected, shocked, like. So, I mean, if you haven't been to combat and been covered in your own urine, I guess there's.
No, I know it. I took a shit between two Humvees in broad daylight. During a convoy, we were stopped and forever, and it was an all day fucking thing, and it was the 1st Marine Division and us driving for hours and hours, and we were stopped. There's people all over the place.
Yeah.
I was like, I got to do it. I was like, I'm not doing it in a car. So I got in between the hood of ours and the rear of theirs and just squatted down and shat right in the middle of the street, fucking noon. But yeah, shit like that happens. I am curious. I mean, do any pilots specifically, I guess, for stuff like that? I mean, depends seem like they would actually be a pretty good option. Did nobody do that?
No, nobody did that I knew of, but I'm still upset that there's no fucking still suits. Like, this is 2019.
Yeah.
If they could figure it out for fucking Dune, surely they could figure it out for us. I mean, it's just ludicrous.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Give me a still suit any day. It's better than a funnel.
Yeah. So as you wrap that deployment up and you come home, what was that? I mean, how much longer were you in? Can you walk us through that process?
When I got home in 2014, I was a fucking mess. I was just.
How so?
With every trip, I think I've always, besides, the stuff from my childhood and all the other shit, struggled with, depression and things like that. And drinking has never helped me with any of that. And when I got back in 2014, it was supposed to be perfect, right? I finally had my deployment. I'm living at home in the Northwest. I have, a nice little apartment, not 62 cats. But I mean, like, everything was
supposed to be.
Yeah.
Right.
Everything was good on paper. Everything was good on paper. And I was just fucking drinking myself to death every fucking night. I mean, blackout drunk 7 nights a fucking week. And
anything in particular, or did you drink fucking whatever?
Handles of vodka, box wine.
Fucking box wine. I don't mean to make light of it, but box wine.
I'm a classy bitch. Yeah. No, it's not just box wine. I drink box wine in a fucking Solo cup with ice cubes and a bendy straw.
That's first class right there.
There's classy. And so, like with anything, throwing a depressant at depression is never fucking good. And, I had, failed marriages and, family issues and, trying to be fucking tough and not wanting to, and bear it and just knuckle down it. I do have to throw this in because this happened right after that deployment. So I lived in a place at Lakewood, Washington, and Lake Hood. And when I was listening to the one with you and Chris, I was like, he'll never fucking believe this. So right, like, blocks from my apartment, there was a fucking Denny's with a bar inside of it that had karaoke. I fucking shit you not. And I'm like the most homebound, like, person ever. I hate, bars and clubs and shit like that. But I would fucking go down there and sing goddamn karaoke at the fucking Denny's bar in Lakewood and just get shit housed and then fucking walk my ass home and then walk. That is the worst walk of shame ever, to go back to Denny's on a fucking Saturday morning to pick up your Subaru Outback. It's like, there's just shame wrapped in a guilt sandwich. It's just fucking terrible.
I mean, a Denny's with a bar and a karaoke, there's no reason to leave that place.
I know.
That's a one-stop shop. It's like a fucking truck stop.
Well, and I need to back up. Well, part of the reason for all of that was after 2014. In 2014, when I first came home, I went straight to assess. Now, 2 things. I can't fucking swim. I learned that in Dunker when we do the helicopter over water survival test. I had to do a remedial swim with the Navy guys that taught that class for 3 fucking weeks, 2 times a day in the pool with those dudes to get through that class. So I'm not confident in the water. And I knew it was going to involve water. My buddy Ryan Connolly, who passed, he had been an Army diver prior to being a pilot, like a no-shit dive bubble in a dive unit. Very few of them exist. I didn't even know it was a fucking MOS, a military specialty. And we had the benefit of having the 160th pool there. So, I mean, I could have gone, I could have gone and swam more with him. He was like, I'll be in the pool with you as much as you need me to help you get through this. I didn't do that. I fucking went straight to assess, and I was overconfident and underprepared. And I mean, I got through the week and I made it to the board, and they were going to make me leave. Like, I wasn't going to fucking quit, but the very first day is in the pool, and it's like it just rocked my confidence. I was horrible in the pool. I really fucking struggled. As I'm getting out of the pool, the CW5, the Chief Warrant Officer 5, who's like in charge of assessment, was like, you know, doing the shit that they do. Like, you're a fucking miserable excuse for a fucking pilot. You're a danger to everyone in your fucking unit, you know, because you can't fucking swim. Like, I mean, doing what they do. Yeah, and rightfully so. And so I made it into the bathroom before I fucking started crying. Thank Christ. They never saw me cry. And I just fucking like broke down in the shower. And the very next thing after that is they sit you down with the shrinks, you know, and poke around in the dark corners of your head for 4 or 5 fucking hours. And then it's like, oh, that was day 1. Yay. And the PT test was, they do all this stuff, you know, and so I just, and then I meet the guys who are from, because the way it works is the guys from the unit that you're going to be going to actually come out. So like the instructors from Fort Lewis, Washington, from the unit that I was trying out for, came to Fort Campbell, Kentucky, to conduct my assessment. And it was like, you know, they throw you in a simulator, in a Chinook simulator, and it's like, all right, mid-air refuel, go. And here's a map. And you got to plan this route and go fly in the Little Bird and do all this night navigation and all this stuff. And it was the longest fucking week of my life. And I go to look at my helmet one day because our aviation life support guys had helped me set up my helmet and stuff, because a helmet for a Little Bird is different than an Apache helmet. And I'm fucking, like, they've told me, sorry.
Oh, take your time.
They told me, you know, no. And then I look at my fucking helmet, and the sticker on the back where they like put your name and the expiration date is like, I know you can do it, Miss Hills. And so not only do they tell me no, like I've got 300 people rooting for me back at my unit, and we shared a ramp with them. So it's like, you know, I got to answer 300 kids saying, when are you going to move next door, ma'am? When are you going to move next door, ma'am? And not accustomed to failing. So it was, and then I had to really reevaluate, like reevaluate my motives for doing it. You know, because a year later, and they invited me to come back and try again. I was 40 by then. I was 39 when I assessed. And
do they have an age limit?
No. And so that I think like was a big setback, just mentally, emotionally, spiritually, personally, just all of it. And, you know, having to look at them every day, just like rub your face in it. And they didn't rub my face in it. They were very kind about it. But I'll tell you, so I get back to the hotel room, because they put you up, you know, just in the standard Army bullshit lodging. And I'm in my dress uniform, you know, because you have to, you know, go before the board. And I didn't even have a flight out of Nashville, like, because they don't tell you, you know, when they tell you don't like book your return flight because you don't know. Yeah. And for me, this was also, I'm still living out of duffel bags. I've just gotten back from Afghanistan. I literally went and bought a brand new set of blues because my shit was in storage still. And they were telling, you know, if I was either going to do one of two things, I was going to make it and not move, or I was not going to make it. And my branch manager is telling me I'm going to Korea. So it's just like super, and I'm fucking sleeping on the fucking like couch at a fucking buddy's house, him and his wife. And so I really, and it was one of those experiences in my life where if I hadn't learned something about myself, like personally and professionally, you're fucking soulless. Mm-hmm. You know, it was hard. It made me a better pilot. It made me a better person. I just couldn't. I didn't have the tools to fucking deal with it, and the tools were a handle of fucking Tito's and just isolation. And, you know, here I am surrounded still by, you know, all these people I've been with forever. I mean, I had resources out the ass, and the Taqueros and, all these people who are still in my life. And it's one of those things, people get tired of asking, they're only going to ask so long until they just stop asking. And I was just spiraling really out of control. And I've talked about it a lot in, my story and stuff about my kind of battles with sobriety, and I don't even know where I stand on it today. And I had a good, I had 28 months of sobriety up until this last January, but I needed to figure it out, and I think I'm still in the process of figuring it out. But I did all of 2015, and then in 2015, the Army moved me. I fought desperately to stay at JBLM, but they moved me back to fucking Fort Hood for the third time, and to a new unit. And finally, to be breaking up with the people in my life and going to a new fucking place. But luckily, James Taquero, my Longbow Roasters buddy, him and his wife had moved there just ahead of me, moved back there, and they're still down in Salado. And I went with my unit to Germany this last year, and we had like I spoke about earlier in the podcast, this rash of aircraft maintenance incidents in 2015, 2016. We lost upwards of like 6 Apaches in garrison. And
were all of them fatal?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you said, there's no ejection seat. And the aircraft was slinging a blade. Like there's no
recovery.
There's no recovering from that. There's a faulty nut, and the aircraft still has that issue to this day. So not only was I depressed and drinking too much, I was losing my nerve, and flying was starting to really fucking scare me, like shaking hands, like for just like routine shit. And thank God that I do have, my buddies like James and my friend Jeff, and that because I am who I am and I fucking say what I mean and mean what I say, if I feel that way, I'm going to fucking say so. And for me to be able to say that and have my friends go, yeah, bitch, we fucking feel like that too, but like it's not fucking safe. And like that was when I really started to question, like, do I need to be doing this if I feel this way?
Yeah.
And I'm glad I had that good solid like period of sobriety, because it allowed me to kind of remove an element and see that there was still a tumor that remained.
Yeah. And
it was this, and I had a friend in the 12-step program that I was attending who was like, this is for your drinking shit. Like, this isn't to fix your other shit. Like, you got to go fucking get help for the rest of it.
Yeah.
And I think I was on husband number 3 by then, who I never lived with. Fred and I were long distance our whole relationship. And I finally went to the flight dock. When you go fucking to the aid station, I don't know how it was for you guys, but you gotta fill out your little bullshit questionnaire and stuff every time you go see the doc. Well, one of the questions they ask nowadays is, a depression, scale or whatever. And if you want to maintain your fucking flight status, you say fucking no, nothing's wrong with me. I don't hurt. Everything's fine. Because keeping that upslip every year, keeping that flight status was everything. Yeah. And to me, I didn't know what I'd worked my whole fucking life to be an Apache pilot, and what the fuck would that even look like if I wasn't anymore, and what would it mean if I fucking was honest with the doc and told him what the fuck was really going on, and I, lost marriages and children, and, had nothing but these fucking kids, my nuggets and this job. And so it was fucking terrifying. I mean, it was terrifying. But I finally went to the flight surgeon one day. It was like, not only does my fucking back hurt and I can't even get my feet up off the ground to fucking get on the pedals, because my back is so bad in the aircraft. And I'm fucking afraid to fly. And so I went and answered honestly on that question, and went to my commander first. And was like, hey, this is what I'm getting ready to do. And I don't know what that means, but I'm going to tell him that, I'm fucked up over this stuff and I can't keep doing it. And I made it through. So I was down for my back, not down meaning not flying. That's what we refer to as down or up was your flight status. And the brigade commander, my battalion commander, the CW5, they were all like, hey, listen, we got 2 Apache units here on Fort Hood. One's about to go do a fucking Syria trip. One's about to go to fucking Germany. We want to switch you over this other unit because maybe your back is not going to fucking make Syria, but maybe it will make Germany. And I went and was still having a ton of issues and couldn't bear weight on my right leg. And they finally sent me to Launchstool to get the MRI. And I started talking to the flight shrink, Captain Danon, fucking rad fucking doctor. And I started meeting with him every week and really doing a deep dive on some of the shit with my grandfather and stuff. And I gotta figure out what these dark corners are in my fucking closet that are causing me these fucking demons. Mm-hmm. And the nightmares were starting to get fucking unbearable. And I always tell people I liken it to, have you ever seen the movie Constantine, John Wick? He's a demon slayer and he goes to hell, he puts his feet in water and it transports him. Anyway, it's a great movie, fucking rad. And but it's just like this hellscape. It's like the world, like normal streets and buildings and cars, but everything is just like fire and brimstone. And that was what would wake me up.
Those were the nightmares.
Those were the nightmares. And it was like people, I had lost and the dudes I'd killed and just fucking awful. And the booze was the only thing that shut my fucking head up, and it worked until it didn't work. And I, between him and my flight, between Captain Danon, who was the flight shrink, and the actual flight doctor who brought my back, that was when we first started in Germany last year, was when in 2018, then first started to broach the subject of a medical board. And, fucking 17 years is fucking stupid. I'm fucking walk away from my fucking retirement. I did 22 total, but a lot of that was the IR reserve time, 17 active years. And I didn't know how the fucking money went. Will they fucking pay me? Will they not pay me? Will I get disability? I didn't know any of that. But I told Captain Dane, and I was like, if I make this decision and say yes to this process, it has to be, even if they kick me out the door with nothing but my fucking dog tags. I have to make the decision regardless and know that I'm making the one that I have to make. And so that was it. They initiated the med board while I was in Germany. I got sent home early from that rotation. And even that was fucking soul crushing. I had never been sent home early. People have to leave theater early all the time for very legitimate fucking, reasons. And I was like, even leaving my guys in Germany and going home early felt like, I was abandoning.
Yeah.
And,
did you fly at all while you were there in Germany?
I did.
Yeah.
I did my last flight ever in Apache with James Taquero, Longbow Roasters, and it was just I went to Launchstool. He's a maintenance pilot as well. I was the aviation maintenance officer. He was the production control officer, so we worked hand in hand to manage the maintenance of all 24 aircraft. And so I was still able to do my job. It was a value added. I was contributing by managing the maintenance. But TQ called me. And I was like, he's like, I got one fucking test flight. He's like, one bird, we got to get up before the weekend. I was like, dude, I'm in fucking Launchstool. I rented a car to drive myself to Launchstool because the unit didn't have enough cars to get us places in Germany. And of course we were, TDY or, rotational units, so we couldn't have our own shit. Anyway, TQ called me. I was like, yeah, dude, I'm in fucking Launchstool. I'm getting my MRI. It's a 3-hour drive back. But it's fucking 10 o'clock right now. I can make it back. We can get it done by sunset. So I do my MRI, 3-hour drive there, do my fucking MRI, 3-hour fucking drive back, sun's going down. TQ's like, you want front or back seat? Now, front seat on a maintenance flight is you're just riding. The guy in the back seat's doing all the maneuvers. I was like, I'll take back seat. And he was like, really? You're gonna actually work? I was like, fuck you, fucking motherfucker. And we get in the aircraft. We have to do an auto rotation, which means when any adjustment is made to the main rotor head or to any of the blades, you have to check to make sure that in the event that the engines do shit, that it's in tolerance to auto rotate.
Yeah.
And so we auto rotate it to make sure that if a pilot ever has to, it's set right. And so we have to go shoot the auto, which means you go fly. You got 2 power levers, engine 1 and engine 2, and you get all set up. You pull one engine back to idle. You get set up in the auto rotation, and then you remove both power levers. Now, usually the rotor starts screaming at you because it's set high, and you got rotor RPM high, rotor RPM high, rotor RPM high, and you just fucking ride that bitch down until you recover power levers. And so it just went fucking textbook. I mean, all the maneuvers went well. We got the fucking aircraft up. Everything was set right. Didn't need any adjustments. And we went to pull back into parking, and I'm like, all right, you pull into your parking pad, taxiing and ground taxiing, and he's like, you're braking, and I was like, dude, I can't brake. Like, from being in the car all fucking day in this flight, like, I couldn't be on the flight controls and pick 2 feet up off the ground at the same time to get on the toe brakes and apply the brakes. And he's like, all right, I'll brake. I was like, my fucking back, man. So I sit in the aircraft for a while after we shut down. I fucking crawl out, and I just lay down, just laid on my back. I'm flat on my back on the concrete on the parking pad. And he was like, Em, you can't keep fucking doing this. I was like, I know, brother, I'm all done. And it was just, I was really glad that my last flight was with him.
So did you know going into it, or was it kind of that it was that flight that made you realize this is it?
Yeah, it was that flight.
That flight kind of sealed the deal for you.
It did. It sealed the deal and then Ryan's death fucking nailed that's, I don't want to say that. Ryan's death took the last wind out of my sails.
Was that after?
It was after.
Do you want to talk about that?
Yes, yeah, I do. Again, it's like sometimes shit, I don't understand stuff sometimes, but I got sent home, or I went home. In fact, I was limping around. I didn't even have a flight back yet, and I was limping around, and my fucking Colonel Kane Baker is a fucking amazing, amazing man. And he fucking saw me. He's like, Emily, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, sir, my back is crushing me right now. And he's like, you're going fucking home. I'm not like watching you like fucking live like this here. Yeah. And so no shit, I went into his fucking office, and he went across the hall to like his adjutant and was like, she gets a commercial flight home out of Frankfurt today. And I was like, what? Like, today? What? Like, and it was the next day I was on a flight home, and that was April 1st of last year. And then my buddy Ryan, I'm being the friend that he is, heard that I was back from Germany early, and the last time I had spoken to him was before I left for Germany, and I was with Fred and the boys, my husband at the time, and his kids, and I was like, sorry, man, like, I can't talk. Like, it's my last day with Fred and the boys before I leave tomorrow. And so Ryan, April 6th, Ryan texted me in the morning, called me, and we talked for a bit, and then we texted for a bit. And the bad thing about being a maintenance pilot in this fucking business is when there's a maintenance-related issue, like the strap pack issue, they call me, or they call the maintenance guy. Hey, Em, what's up with it? Hey, Em, what's up with the, and they knew that I had been with the Echo model since the beginning, and I've been kind of the subject matter expert on the Echo model, and worked for the man that like pioneered the fucking program to even bring the Echo model about. And I unloaded my shit on him, and I was like, fuck the Army. They don't fucking care about you. You're nothing but an operational readiness rate, like the percentage of the aircraft that are up at any given fucking time. You're fucking expendable. I'm fucking done. I was afraid to fly. I mean, I just, vomited, to one of my best friends in the entire world. And I was like, and we had the same amount of time. I knew he was at 17 years like me. And he said, I know, Em, I feel the same way. And again, this is Ryan, who was on that mission with the rockets. So he was just as delusioned, with the ones that we weren't allowed to shoot at in 2011, same guy. So he was just as fucking disillusioned as me. He had gone to 160th. After leaving the unit in Washington, he went to 160th. He made it all the way through. It just wasn't for him. I knew it wouldn't be. He came back. He was at Campbell because he came back to the unit to continue being an instructor pilot and teach people how to fly the Apache, because that was his passion. And he said, I know, but I got to do 3 more years. He's got 2 small kids and wife. And I woke up the next morning and Ryan Beagle called me. And I had like 100. I put my phone on Do Not Disturb at night. Again, the old lady, go to bed early, fucking wake up early. Put my phone on Do Not Disturb, and I woke up to just fucking text messages, missed calls, Facebook messages. And Beagle said, it's Ryan. And I was in Texas at the time, alone, because my unit's in Germany. My friend Sam Martin, she gave me the keys to her house. I'm living in her fucking empty house. And I got in my car and fucking drove. I couldn't have told you if I packed a toothbrush. And Ryan's like, you fucking sleep, like, you can't come here like this right now. And I was like, no, I don't know what the fuck to do, but I'm fucking getting there right fucking now. And I drove straight fucking through from Fort Hood to Fort Campbell, and I went to the Beagle's house, Rebecca and Ryan, and Beagle had gone there to fucking be with Connolly and do that. They were leaving for Afghanistan in 2 weeks for both of theirs umpteenth fucking trip. And we got there, and I don't maybe it was the next day. I was like, I don't know what the fuck to do. Like, I don't know to go fucking Sierra. She's got to be inundated with people. I went to their wedding. Like, I went. They got married in Bangor, Maine, and I went to their wedding. Fucking chopped wood in a goddamn cocktail dress. Fucking kayaked across the Bar Harbor. God, fucking getting drunk. And anyway, but I knew their families and had met them at that. And I went and got 2 fucking boxes of wine, and I didn't even have keys to my storage unit yet, and because they were with Fred. And I went to the storage unit. Before I left, I did go to the storage unit and have them drill my lockout so I could get my blues out. And so I went to see Sierra, and I had 2 boxes of wine, and her brother kind of waved us off, which was perfectly fucking fine. And then she saw out the door, and she came out, and I handed her the box of wine, and she was like, you always knew I was a classy bitch. I was like, we all are. And I was joking, not joking, but my buddy Paul Reed, who was 30 years in the Army, he just died in a crash teaching fucking Saudi Arabians how to fly helicopters in Saudi. And his wife Jen, I took her a bottle of Jägermeister, because that was always what we drank together. But so that was there's that. So that definitely took the last bit of wind out of my sails. And but I was grateful at that time, honestly, to be sober, because I was still sober at that point, and it was like I could help coordinate the wake and drive fucking Beagle around, because everyone's fucking distraught, and just felt enormous guilt, that was the last thing I had said to him. And if anything, it's a lesson to me, certainly every single day, to be careful about what I dump on other people. Sure. And it told me that, it was absolutely positively time for me to close the door and be done.
You know, the military has a unique way of, I think, forcefully interjecting some perspective on its members. One that I wouldn't say is lost on those that don't serve in the military, but it seems like there's a higher percentage. It happens more frequently, and you get exposed to things that you just don't get exposed to, you know, as a civilian, especially living here in the United States. But two things I'd like to say is, number one, you know, I'm sorry to hear that. It sounds like it was a pretty rough process for you. But secondly, is that you know, your willingness to open up about it and your brutal honesty about it and the impacts that the job has had on you and your experiences in your line of work. It's refreshing to hear that, you know, that level of realness, because I don't think I know, you know, there's a lot of people, you know, we get messages all the time about people that are going through shit that, you know, say, hey, you had this guest on and it really did this for me. You know, and I have no doubt that this interview is and will be no exception to that, is that there's going to be a lot of people that draw, you know, whether it's strength, perspective, something good out of hearing you talk about it. Because I think, you know, a lot of people, outsiders looking in, or you know, youths that may look, you know, this badass female pilot, you know, she has things she has to deal with too, and I think it really, you know, brings some leveling to a lot of people and makes their situations easier to deal with and rationalize and things like that. So I appreciate you sharing all of that and you know, walking us through your experience. So thank you for doing that. With that being, you know, the final straw that made you to say, okay, fuck this. Did you get medically retired then?
No, I did not. It's a confusing process, but I got medically separated.
Okay.
So I took the severance. I took the lump sum severance. But, you know, luckily through that process, if it's any type of medical discharge or separation, they walk you through the VA process hand in hand. So I literally started receiving my disability check the very first month.
Oh, wow.
I was out.
Yeah.
And so I am collecting VA disability, and I'm just fortunate that, well, I'm not fortunate. I worked really fucking hard to get here, to be in a position where I'm 100% debt free.
Yeah.
And, you know, every single bill is paid. I don't buy shit unless it's fucking cash on the barrel. And I've got, you know, it's enough to cover, to keep the lights on and a roof over my head. It's just, you know, the purpose part. And that's been the struggle since I got out. And I had a plan. I had a COA.
Yeah. Course of action for you assholes.
Yes. And I had a job, and I thought it was going to be a perfect fit. And I mean, fucking going to work in a lumber mill. I mean, come on now. And they wanted me to manage their maintenance, and I made it there. I got like talked to by human resources for calling somebody a fucking jackass in a meeting. And I didn't know that the nightmares would be the same, that my fear of my maintenance or maintenance failings being the cause of somebody getting hurt or killed. And like the nightmares were the same with new faces and all these, you know, it's fucking dangerous. I mean, raw logs to 2x4s, it's a dangerous fucking place. Yeah. And I was there. And the other part of it was, here I have the very first check I got from them, and it's not cashed. Like, it's just been sitting there 2 weeks. And it was one of those, you know, conversations I had with myself. Do I really need this bad?
Yeah.
And I, you know, here I am on the Oregon coast, you know, my dream job and my dream place. And the right before, I made it 3 weeks, but I went to my boss. I went to the plant superintendent and told him, you know, this was not any failing or not anything I could have anticipated, but I couldn't do it. And gave him my letter of resignation, and he said the same, similar thing. Like, I appreciate your, being brutally honest with us, and you're leaving on good terms. And then like 3 weeks ago, I fucking saw on the news the plant closed. They fired all 111 people who fucking worked there. Georgia Pacific fucking closed it down. Yeah. So anyway, so that was like, well, fuck, I can't keep a fucking job. And then, so I tried, getting a job just at a warehouse, just as a fucking package pusher. And that was way more bullshit than I needed for $14 a goddamn hour. It was like, fuck off. And so here I sat, these last few weeks and months going, what the fuck? What do I do? What is next? Like, do I collect Social Security and disability and fucking get fat and eat cat food with my cats? I don't have any cats. I'm just, anymore.
Anymore. Am I correct in assuming that flying is not something you ever want to take part in, or is there an element of you that has a desire? Can you physically do it? Do you want to do it?
No, I have no desire to. Yeah. I've said it in posts of mine in the past, like, the only thing that could get me back in the aircraft is troops in contact. You know, if there was a no shit, fucking Red Dawn, what the fuck ever, I'd get in a helicopter in a heartbeat. Yeah. And I saw beautiful things and went beautiful places and really enjoyed, a lot of the cross countries I got to do and picking up all these echo models, and got to fly over the fucking Grand Canyon and around Mount Adams and Mount Rainier. And so, but those are all, no, I don't have any desire.
Yeah. So this is obviously fairly recent. And you mentioned you're starting with, is it
Redstone?
Redstone. What you want to talk about that? Kind of what you are going to do then now? Or?
Absolutely. In that moment, as I'm no shit, like looking up, how to apply for Social Security disability benefits and all this shit, and my phone rang. It's been so like recent. I can't remember exactly when, but my phone rang. And it was Huntsville, and I have an Alabama phone number, and so I usually never answer calls from Alabama because that's where all the robocalls are, But I answered the phone, and it was my former mentor, the guy who, like I said, spearheaded the Echo Model program. He had since retired and gone to work on this new engine that they're building in Huntsville at Redstone Arsenal, and it's a conference call, and it's him and it's Al Lang. Who is another civilian pioneer of the Apache program. And it was basically like, what the fuck are you doing with your life? Send us your resume. And I swore to God, I was so fucking angry at Boeing and so fucking angry at the Apache program in general. I was like, there's two places I can go as a maintenance officer, fucking Mesa and Huntsville. You could just basically walk in there, and maybe be sweeping floors, but you'll get employed. And so he was like, it won't be a fast process, but, send us your resume. Well, I still had my resume from the goddamn lumber mill. And so I cleaned it up and I sent it to him that same day. And I had a phone interview a week later. And then I signed an offer letter on Friday. Sign.
Super recent.
Yes, yeah. Sign and I turned in my I-9 whatever form and sign and return that offer letter for a job there, doing foreign military sales, and being back in the tribe, back in an area where it's, like I said, it's a place I know a ton of people there. I've got Fort Campbell is close, and
so this is Huntsville is where you'll go.
Yes.
Is there any part of you that has any desire to do some sort of, consulting to, whether it's Boeing or, helping solve some of the issues that somebody with your experience may be able to provide some pretty good insight on?
I think that this job will facilitate that. I think there are I don't know if this will be the job that I have forever. I know that there are other projects happening as well. I do I'm certainly not the only one that cares about the issue.
Yeah.
And there's tons of people in the Apache community, a small handful of people in the Apache community that care and are working on it. And but I think getting back there physically and making, my face and my voice known again.
Yeah.
And because clearly I'm, not, this whole fading silently into the night thing didn't fucking work. So,
I'm not a fucking shrink. I met you today, but from hearing you share your story over the last few hours, to me, in terms of, purpose is important to everybody, but to me, thinking about it as an outsider looking in, the first thing that comes to mind in terms of a purpose that you would be happy with and would be fucking excited to get up every day about. To me, there's no better line of work for you than to be a part of a project that helps fix the problems that are a big contributing factor to the issues that you've had. But not that my opinion fucking matters, but
clearly it does.
But at any rate, I'm excited for you. I want to be the first on behalf of the whole Mic Drop fucking crew to say congrats on a job well done. And where can people find you now and support what you have going on in terms of the Gun Bunny stuff and anything that may come out of that?
The Instagram is my only real platform right now. I do have the domain gunbunnyactual.com bought and paid for a long, long time, and there's a shell there, and I do intend to put some of these writings and musings down on that forum. But Instagram is really the best way for me right now, and I did. Just last week, actually ordered hats and stickers and patches and
nice.
T-shirts and shit. And everybody who follows me knows I fucking suck at selling shit, and I don't make any money off anything that I fucking do on Instagram. And people try and send me free shit all the time, and I'm like, it's not what I'm about. And but that's really the best place. And I leave for Ireland on the 30th. On Monday I leave, Tuesday, Monday, whatever the fuck it is. Anyway, I leave for Ireland, and I'm going, not really off the grid, but it's on the west coast in the Dingle Peninsula. It's not, Dublin. It's out in the middle of the fucking sticks.
Is that 100% vacation?
No, my intent is to treat it almost as a writer's retreat. My friend Sam Martin, she's stationed in Germany. She's a Black Hawk pilot. She's coming out to visit me one weekend. And but other than that, it just will be me and the sheep and bringing these boxes of fucking journals that I have and trying to collate some of that into a story. I really, and I've been talking about it for a long fucking time and not actioning on it, and that clearly has to change, because I do, not to sound like a fucking narcissistic cunt, but I think my story in terms of a female combatant in the global war on terror is one that deserves to be put on paper and kept in a war chest, covered like yours. I don't think that there's other women out there who are way more badass than me that could tell a better story. I think I want to get it on paper.
Yeah, I agree. I think you absolutely should. And if there's anything I can do to help facilitate that with some of the editors and folks I know within the publishing industry, I'm happy to introduce you to them. But
thank you for that.
And to me, I can tell you, for my knuckle dragging caveman ass, that was instrumental in being able to get that accomplished, as having professional help to do that, because there's a lot of things. There's a lot of components to that process that people like us just have no fucking idea, what it takes or how it works or any of that. And again, I'm happy to make those intros, or at a minimum, give you my perspective on it. But we can save that for offline, I guess. But is there anything that you'd like to add before we kind of start to close it down?
No, I was really fucking nervous about this, and not simply about because it's filmed and shit. I'm like, God damn, I'm not skinny enough to be on fucking YouTube.
You fit just fine. To me, the Instagram is already almost unmanageable at whatever I have now, fucking 17,000 followers. And I do, I really make an effort to try and interact. And I've got fucking followers who've been with me, since day one, and since I was just posting like heavily filtered pictures of fucking Apache sunsets in Afghanistan. And I was like, my fear was being on this and the additional exposure would lead to like this tipping point that there's no coming back from almost. But I always return back to the, just like what you said, like there's going to be something that I say that, somebody needs to fucking hear. Yeah, I guarantee you there will be a number of that taking place, a number of instances of that taking place. I mean, like I said, we get really encouraging messages after every episode, of people that are touched because of the guests that we have on, the position that they're at in life and how it parallels and help them out. And, to me, there's really nothing as it relates to having a podcast. There's really nothing that's more impactful and rewarding than getting those types of messages. So, like I said, I appreciate you opening up and being candid and making the time to come here, because I know you don't exactly live right down the road. So, anything else you want to throw in?
No, except, besides my numerous plugs for my buddy James DeCaro and his Longbow Roasters. And thank you, James, for sending me that coffee to give to Mike. Thank you, James and Anna.
And you said that's Longbow Roasters? Longbow
Roasters. And they're in Salado, Texas. And James is getting ready to get out. He retires this year. And Anna she was a dental hygienist, and now she's done with that, and she's 100% in the coffee biz. They have a little trailer. They have it parked at this little Barrel Brewing. So they have a actual physical trailer they're selling coffee out of, and have a couple employees, and he fucking roasts it in his fucking backyard, and his son and his daughter help. It's just a real family thing. And James genuinely cares about it. It makes him furious when I make his coffee in a fucking Mr. Coffee drip coffee maker and not the fucking Chemex heated to fucking whatever.
Pour over fucking.
Yeah, but and I know there's a ton of coffee shit out there, but the fact that he's been doing this since 2015 and flying helicopters and being a dad and a fucking, and a rock star, and Anna's a fucking boss. And, there's not only do they make good coffee, but they have, that's they're the people I go to when I need recentered, and they're good folks.
Yeah, no, it sounds like it. And where can people find them?
They're on longbowroasters.com. They've got a website there. They have a storefront. You can even subscribe to coffee. And if you're physically looking for them, you can find them in the Barrel Brewing parking lot in Salado, Texas.
Do they have an Instagram handle?
They do. It's Longbow Roasters.
Okay.
Yep.
Fucking Google Longbow Roasters. I'm sure you'll find it. And what is your Instagram handle for the listener?
gunbunnyactual.
Just all one word.
All one word.
No underscores or capitals or any crazy horse shit.
Not this week.
Yeah. Maybe next time. So the kind of the thing that I want to mention as we wrap up here is, again, I'll reiterate my appreciation for you taking the time out of your schedule and making the trip down here. Logistics can be kind of a bitch, but on a broader point, I just wanted to say thank you, not just for the trip, but for your service, for everything that you've been through, for the ability to eloquently, and by eloquently, I mean, I can't believe I actually had somebody on here, a female no less, that swears more than I do, which is pretty fucking awesome. But to be able to relate and to be able to paint a picture where, I think on society a lot of times things get lost in terms of the struggle that or potential struggles that absolutely everybody has, myself included. But to hear a badass combat proven Apache pilot, that has things that she has to deal with, that are not unlike anybody else, that, things that they may have to go through, or struggling with certain employment challenges, or, dealing with alcohol and sobriety, or failed marriages, or, issues with children, you name it. To me, the biggest takeaway and the most valuable thing that I think people are going to take away from this, that I want to, express my appreciation and gratitude for, is that to be able to let people understand that no matter who you are, life sometimes really fucking sucks, and we lose people, and we deal with shit, and nobody is above that. And I think that's an important takeaway for everybody listening. So I appreciate you doing such a bang up job of really bringing that to the table.
Thank you, sir.
For you guys, the listener, one thing I do want to mention, if you have a dog and you're not subscribed to teamdog.pet, I want you to take both your hands, invert your thumbs, reach up and fucking choke yourself, because if you're not, that's what you deserve. Do it. And go to teamdog.pet. All the products that I have going on, that's where they're at. The collars and leash, the CBD oil. We've got crates and food coming soon. I know I've been talking shit about that forever. It's coming. Sorry, it's out of my hands, but we're working on it. More importantly, thank you guys for listening week after week and tuning in to hear such amazing stories, such as Miss Emily here. We would not be able to do what we do if it weren't for you guys giving enough of a fuck to tune in and listen. So this podcast very simply would not exist if you guys didn't listen to it in the numbers that you do. So I'm continually flattered and humbled by your guys' support, and I say that truly humbled, because I don't take that shit for granted. I never have, I never will, and I am very, very appreciative for the people that that pay attention to what's going on here and who we have on. So thank you as always for that, and until next time, this is Mike Drop.